Islam, Islam, Islam. Islam, Moorish America. Let us rise on the seventh and give all praises to our Father God Allah, and honors to our Holy Prophet Noble Ali. Honors to everything that is Moorish, our grand national flag, emblem and seal, divine constitution of Moorish America. Islam, Moorish America. We want to welcome you to another EARS, Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class sponsored by our Moorish American government. The God Allah Georgia Counselor will be providing the platform. Our host instructor is Dr. Shadu Amenti Al-Muhajir Sepshuel. I am Dr. Torre Anu Rasul Simpson Bay, National Assistant Grand Chairman of Moorish America, National Assistant Sunday School Instructor, and Counsel General of the God Allah Georgia Territory. And I just want to welcome you once again to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class. Islam, Islam. We'll be starting shortly. Islam, Islam. Hi, can you hear me, Grand Matt?
Islam, yes, sir.
Islam, Islam, Islam. We want to welcome you to another EARS, Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class, sponsored by our Moorish American government. Our host instructor for this, our Egyptian Adeptus Research class will be Dr. Shadu Amenti Al-Muhajir Sepshuel, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh, Moorish America. We also want to give honors to the God Allah Georgia Counselor for providing the platform for today's class. And we give honors to all the mighty Moors here, there, and everywhere. Islam, Islam. We'll be starting shortly. Islam, now Sister Grand Sheikh, how you be, Grand Man? Let's see here. So we got 1, 2. Islam, Dr. Gary Myers Bay. How you be, sir?
Islam.
Islam, Islam. Now Sister Grand Sheikh.
Yeah, gratitude. What's going on, brother?
Oh man, we just more stuff out here in these mountains. Had to get out them mountains so I can get a good reception so the class can move forward, but we are all as well. Praise Allah on another manifest headed this whole California.
Okay, praise be to Allah.
Praise be to Allah. Without the schism, Dr. Myers, Gary Bay, how you be, sir? Grand rises to you.
Can you hear me, God, man?
Loud and clear, sir.
Gratitude. All praise be to the great God, Allah. Honor to his holy prophet, Noble Drew Myers Bay. Checking in. I bless Coles for the church or family. Gratitude for you being on your post, God, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Islam. And Dr. Shep coming back, Grand Secretary of State, Islam, Goddess and Queen.
Islam. Gratitude. Gratitude. And gratitude to the National Assistant Grand Chief for taking me out that PowerPoint. It's 11 o'clock.
Yes, indeed.
Gratitude,
so, yeah.
National Assistant Grand Chairman. Peace and love.
Peace and love. All right. Let's see. Let's go back here. All right. Islam, 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 Moorish America. Islam will let us rise and give all praise to our Father God Allah and honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, honors to everything that is Moorish, our grand national flag, emblem and seal, divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. Islam, Islam, Islam. Well, let me open up the way with our Egyptian Adeptus Moorish American prayer, Islam. And as I open up the way, I ask that you would open up your hearts and minds as we open up the way. Islam, Islam, Islam. See, we got somebody else coming in. Islam. Islam, Islam. Ya Allah abnu haru maku nataru. Ya Allah behet haru. Ya Allah ma'at haru. Ya Allah hotep haru. Ya Allah haru. Ya Allah ma'at harukuti. Ya Allah ahwajet daduti. Ya Allah per im sutek per im haru. Ya Allah bamaduti. Al-Hajjat Sheps Reabtu Ali. Amen. Aliyasa, Aliyasa, Aliyasa. In transliteration, O Allah, the Father of the universe, O Allah, the Father of love, O Allah, the Spirit of truth, O Allah, the Spirit of peace, O Allah, the Spirit of freedom, O Allah, the Spirit of justice, O Allah, you are my protector, O Allah, you are my guide, O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day, O Allah, through your holy prophet, O Allah, Drew Ali. Amen. Holy Yissa, Holy Yissa, Holy Yissa. And at this time, I come before you with the divine constitution of Moorish America. Salvation, our God, unity. The divine constitution of Moorish America. Act 1. The Grand Sheikh and the chairman of Moorish America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the grand body of Moorish America. The assistant Grand Sheikh is to assist the Grand Sheikh in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. The bylaws, Act 2. All meetings are to be opened and closed promptly according to the Circle 7 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest because on a Friday, the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday, the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are a part and parcel of the said government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Moorish America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and a parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folk, Black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a partial of all uplifting acts of Moorish America. Moorish Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his father God Allah. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, peace and blessings be upon him, the founder, father, and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. And now that this meeting has been opened, according to Act 2 in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, we say Islam, Islam, Islamism, Islam. And at this time, Moorish Ken, we're going to read the chapter of the week, chapter 22, the meeting of the seven sages to make laws for the coming age for the nations of the earth. Now, when the sages were refreshed, they opened up the book of life and read. They read the story of the life of man, of all his struggles, losses, and gains, and in the light of past events and needs, they saw what would be best for him in coming years. They knew the kind of law and precept suited to his estate. Islam. They saw the highest Allah ideal that the race could comprehend. Upon the 7 postulates, these sages were to formulate the law of life of the coming age that souls may rest. Now, Mengistu was the oldest sage. He took the chair of chief and said, man is not far enough advanced to live by faith. He cannot comprehend the things his eyes see not. He yet is child, and during all the coming age must be taught by pictures, symbols, rites, and forms. His God must be a human God. He cannot see Allah by faith. He cannot rule himself. Let me see. Pardon the body. He cannot rule himself. The king must rule, the man must serve. The age that follows, this will be the age of man, the age of faith. In the blessed age, the human race will see without the aid of carnal eyes, will hear the soundless sound, will know the spirit of Allah. The age we enter is the preparation age, and all the schools must be designed in a simple way that men may comprehend. And man cannot originate, he builds by patterns that he can see. So in this council, we must carve out patterns for the coming age. And we must formulate the gnosis of the empire of the soul, which rests on 7. Each sage in turn shall form a postulate, and these shall be the basis of the creeds of men until the perfect age shall come. Then Mengistu wrote the first. All things are thought. All life is thought activity. The multitudes of beings are but phases of the one great thought made manifest. Lo, Allah is thought, and thought is Allah. Then Vidyapati wrote the second postulate. Vidyapati wrote the second postulate. Eternal thought is one. In essence, it is true, intelligence, and force. And when they breathe, a child is born. This child is love. And thus, the triune Allah stands forth, whom men call Father, Mother, Son. This triune Allah is one, but like the one of light, in essence, he is 7. And when the triune Allah breathes forth, lo, 7 spirits stand before his face. These are creative attributes. Men call them lesser gods, and in their image they made man. And Caspar wrote the third. Man was a thought of Allah formed in the image of the septenate, clothed in the substance of soul. And his desires were strong. He sought to manifest on every plane of life. And for himself, he made a body of ethers of the earthly forms And so he descended to the plane of earth. In this descent, he lost his birthright, lost his harmony with Allah, made discordant all the notes of life. And harmony and evil are the same. So evil is the handiwork of man. Ashbina wrote the fourth. Seeds do not germinate in light. They do not grow until they find the soil and hide themselves away from light. Man was evolved a seed of everlasting life, but in the ethers of the Triune Allah, the light was far too great for seeds to grow. And so man sought the soil of carnal life, and in the darksomeness of earth, he found a place where he could germinate and grow. The seed has taken root and grown full well. The tree of life is raising from the soil of earthly things, and under natural law is reaching up to perfect form. There are no supernatural acts of Allah to lift a man from carnal life to spirit blessedness. He grows as grows the plant, and in due time is perfected. The quality of soul that makes it possible for man to rise to spirit life is purity. Islam is Islam. And at this time, we're going to call forth our host for the class, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America, Dr. Shadu Al-Minti Al-Muhajjab Shuel. Islam, the floor is yours.
Islam, can you hear me, grand man?
Islam, I was just about to come back to you. Islam, we got you loud and clear.
Gratitude, praise be to Allah, Islamism. But let us rise upon the seventh and give all praises to the great God Allah, our Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal, Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you, Moors, to another shall I say, Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. And man, we've come a long way, and we here. Praise be to Allah. Man, this is gonna be a grand class this morning. I already know. I can feel the ethers vibrating already, just simmering. But you know, again, having already risen upon the seven, we give honors to our Moorish kin, and we see that indeed many are called, but few are chosen. And so we got some adepts up in this special demonstration. And soon the world and Moorish American Muslims as a whole will know this is special demonstration. This is what I mean when I say the race is not to the swift. You know, we all have been given that title, swift angels, but we all have to live up to it. You know, this is for those who endure to the end. So, the tribe of endurance is a grand expression of that, and we give honors, to our Grand National Chairman for conferring this special station of Swift Angel upon all of us, Moorish kin. Just as our prophet conferred, the title of Prince of Peace, upon our brother, the Prince of Peace, he conferred Swift Angel upon the chairman, and the chairman therefore conferred this measure upon us. And here in this special drawing, this is where we come back into the realm of the Egyptian adept, and this is what we mean, but one thing about it, this is going to be a grand drawing and laying the foundation of those who are yet to come, the young and not yet born. All of this data and information that we're putting together here, and this is all a part of our unfoldment in being a clean and pure nation. So what we want to do without further ado or delay, we really want to get on into this special drawing here. So before I do, let me pull this up right here. Just so I already know our Moorish King got it already, but it's nothing wrong with just bringing the drawing out. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna go to my sent emails and I want to open it up so we all on the same page. And I know I put enough out there to where our Moorish King could definitely come forth. And it also really ran through everything that we done already. But this is gonna give us a grand draw. So let me share my screen here. And I'm not sharing it to give a lofty measure. I'm sharing it just to open us up, you know, prep us for the class so I can listen to my teachers. It's long. Okay. So we got our homework here. And our homework consisted of, and also more, some of these things worked as links. I wasn't really trying to make them links per se. I was really trying to highlight basically the measure so you'll know what I was referencing. That way you wouldn't have to be all over the place with all these documents. So that's why I put them there. But the actual, some of them did work as links though, to my understanding from some of the brothers and sisters. You know, this is where I was expecting our people to go, you know, if they needed to click into these things, you can go here and also here, you know, and these were tools for us to pull out certain measures. And we're going to get to that in a minute when we hear from our Moorish King, and we're going to be going with you, you know, and aid and assisting along the way. So our first measure in this homework consisted of reading, you know, the Egyptian hieroglyphs, you know, this, which was the Egyptian hieroglyphs in classical works between Pride and Prejudice. Because in this particular document, we find credence of the premise that we've been demonstrating from. And also, this is a quotation of certain scholars that have been mentioned by our brother Mustafa Gedala. And it's telling you, you know, not only where the concept of so-called hieroglyphics are, what they like to call sacred writings, you know, came from, so to speak, but then it goes into what the real meaning was and how that alphabet was on the manifest before that, you know, and it quotes sources that are far more ancient than your Champollions and your Ptolemies and so forth and so on. And so these particular ones had grand draw, and they was there during the time, you know, of the transition period. These particular scholars, some of them anyway. But then we had also, the second point was browse, you know, these two documents that are attached to the email to get an in-depth idea of the literary text, which they like to call hieroglyphs in most cases, versus the Hieratic text, which is the original text, the herein KEMET. And we see these two documents dealing with Molar, that PDF, as well as the one dealing with Robertson, you know, a very brief introduction. Both of these documents give you some context in regards to dealing with seeing what they now call hieroglyphics, as opposed to, you know, that which is called the herein KEMET, you know, the Hieratic text. Also, number 3, become familiar with the transliteration by pronunciation of the Hieratic language, the herein KEMET, through vowel placements using, you know, the Hieratic Lisi too. And this was just showing you, there's many of these, just like I had many of the Demotic lessons. This particular lesson here is the first one, but you know, you can go through it and see almost the skeleton, you know, of the word. And then when you put the vowel there, then it becomes a full body, so to speak. You know, you can use A, E, I, O, U, whichever one you chose to use. We normally push the E in vowel, because either way, it's just a fill-in. Also, you know, we know most of our Moorish kin can look at certain words and kind of speak them out now anyway, just from dealing with the Demotic, because we went through that. And a lot of the way that the Demotic come forth is the same way the Hieratic come forth. They just have slight difference in symbols here and there, because some of the Hieratic letters are in the Demotic and vice versa. But that's a whole nother measure. Also, number 4, to attempt to translate a portion of your choice, didn't matter where you chose it from, in the documents into definition by using the pictorial glyphs as alphabetical markers to find the definition hidden under the symbols using the dictionaries attached to this email. So I showed that here's a site with some dictionaries on it, but I also had a few dictionaries already attached down here. So the key was, as we already see they hid the true alphabet on the symbols. So we're going to use the pictorial glyphs as alphabetical markers to find the definition. So when you go into a dictionary, be it Wallace, Budge, Virgin, or any one of them, James P. Allen, whoever it was that you looked at, you overlook pretty much the markers, but you look at the definition of the word and you look at the transliteration next to those particular pictorial markers. And that's how you deal with your definition. You see, and then you'll see down here in 5, it says isolate the definition you find by placing your transliteration and translated word next to their true hieratic form. In other words, you take them out of the symbol form, because most charts that have the symbols have the rate in KEMET right beside it in certain aspects. They'll put the symbol, then they'll put some hieratic on the side of it. So you want to translate those particular symbols back into the true form, which is the hieratic. And so you will have a hieratic word, in transliteration, you will have the hieratic definition beside. So this is actually showing you the way in which we will deal with bringing forth our dictionary and our lexicon. One aspect will be transcribing these words back from out of the symbols into the hieratic form. And so we will have the hieratic word in the hieratic form because they don't have dictionaries out here like that. Also, I said it here, transcribe the symbols in part 6 of your choice back into the rate in KEMET, the hieratic or the sesh in shat, which you could have dealt with the demotic as well. You know what I mean? So, because they actually have a chart, matter of fact, in the molar chart, I want to say, where it actually compares the demotic and the pictoglyphs, so to speak. It was either really of choice. You can do it either way, but this is key also when it comes to being able to transliterate our words for our dictionary. So you do it also using the chart here as well, Egyptian and demotic attached, which is one of the charts that we have had here for a minute. Didn't try to hit that. And that's basically it. And then I said, remember more, just reiterating, hieroglyphs represent people, places, and things, never letters or alphabets. And that's what we will inform people of when we speak to people. They represent people, places, and things, not alphabets. So MATHENO'S, that's why you often hear me say, you can read MATHENO'S by looking around you, by observing creation. That's a grander degree of understanding MATHENO'S than the way Rome has been trying to teach it. So without further ado or delay, now that I've said that laying the basis and the foundation, we're going to call forth our Moorish kin, and we're going to sit here and get this drawing. So anyone that has it in mind to come forth, then come forth, Moorish kin. Islam. Who going first? All right, Dr. Marvin L. Bay.
Islam. I'll be the sacrificial lamb, so to speak.
Go ahead, Adeptus. Islam.
Gratitude for calling me. Yeah, this is Dr. Marvin L. Bay, Consul General of the Texas Consulate, rising, giving all praise to the great God Allah, giving highest honors to his prophet. Let me see, I'm trying to pull a video on it too with me. Here we go. Yeah. Rising, giving all praise to the great God Allah, giving highest honors to his prophet, our prophet, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, El-Haj Sharif Abdul Ali. Give high honors to our theocratic government, our Morris American government. I give high honors to Act One. I give high honors to all of our bishops. I give high honors to this class, our ears class, as I give honors to you, Dr. Shadu Amitiamo has accepted well for hosting and teaching, leading us in this endeavor. As well as I give honor to all those that aided in bringing forth our class tonight. Georgia Consulate, Dr. Torrey Anu, Rasul Simpson Bay, for all that he do, National Assistant Grand Chairman. Well, and I give honors to everything that's Moorish, our flag, our seal, our emblem, our divine constitution, our holy Quran, our book of Ali, our 101, 102, our exhuman of a nation, all of our divine revelation. I give honor. Give honor to the forerunner, Dr. Marcus Hussein Garvey, as well as I give honor to our ancestors, whom shoulders we stand upon. Well, I came forth because, I mean, just to, let you know where I'm at. I mean, really, I really didn't get too far. There was a lot of things that I was trying to bring on the manifest. Okay, go. Oh yeah, I got to share my screen. Let's go here. Share my screen. I don't know. I see Dr. Rayal Bay on the front of the screen. I don't know what's that's.
I see you on my screen.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, here's my screen. Okay, I'm gonna bring back up the lesson. Like I said, I just went through it. This is the instructions for the class. Okay, go here. Because I got a lag in my just some hieroglyphs and classical works. And just while I'm here, and as I went through this and I was reading the different material that you had laid out, which was, I spent a lot of time in that, trying to comprehend what they were saying and actually kind of building up my vocabulary, because these intellectuals, they have so many words. I got to look up just about every other one, So as I, sift through that and gain some knowledge of that, went on to next one, browse these two PDFs, the Mueller as well as the Robin, and and through going through these two documents here, it brought a lot of information on back here's I had everything kind of lined up. That's not it. Okay, this is one of the documents here. I might well go and look at this. As I went through this here, I read through this document about what this document was all about. It kind of like shed a lot of light on to, like as you were saying earlier, the earlier so-called Egyptologists, or even going back to Herodotus and Plato, how they gave credit to the Egyptians, and they kind of laid out that the Egyptians in their hieratic, in their whole language and everything, how they actually saw how it had confused Western academia. They were so confused at the point that they kind of discarded, the true essence of the the Egyptians in their hieratic language, and so they came up with the, as you've been telling us, how they hid the language underneath the glyphs. You know what I mean? Like, got the glyphs over here, and it's different. You got the Demotic and you got the hieratic. Just how it was so kind of like overwhelming for anyone trying to do what we're trying to do, and how it actually bore witness to the task that we have to basically. And what I came out of this was, it's just really familiarizing oneself with all of the different attempts at bringing forth the different languages. You know what I mean? And so, like, as we see the different styles, you know what I mean, different transliteration, give us a better viewpoint. And like we've said before, how just the different say, trying to find a word to call, the different priests, the different transliterators, however you want to put it, the transcribers, and the different ones that actually wrote the language, the alphabets. As we can see here, and this is different during the different times. This is dynasty. I think this is dynasty 18, 19, 20. You know what I mean? I forgot what this meant, but all of this was part of the different, going through the different transcripts, the different scripts, and a different interpretation of it, and just the authors of the scripts, their different handwriting, the different flair that they had in it, and so go further. Let's go here. Actually, this is part of our lesson here. I'm taking this script right here and how they broke down the different sections of it. Then they take this down, break it down like that. And when I went through this, and what I came up with, okay, this was one of my interpretations of this particular illustration. Here's the actual, this is the script. This is what the section that they took apart and they broke it down, individually, word for word, or however you want to put it. And I tried to, and I'm going to have to do this overall because I kind of like put out everything together. And so this is where it's at. Okay, and the first one, this particular, I want to call it the alphabet script. And this is the hieroglyph hieroglyph explanation of it. I put it like that. This is the actual transliteration of JR. And all I could come up with, and as I went into the alphabets, and I know that this is an R here. You know what I mean? They have different renditions of it. And this, I didn't really see this in there, but going back to the letter, the J and the R, I saw that the Y was kind of well, they both be a representation of the same thing. The Y, the I, and I say the R. So anyway, basically, I broke down to transliterate this to Heru. You got the R, then I got the J. You know what I mean? And so this is my interpretation. And as I go down to the next one, this was the actual transcribing of it, and this was the actual transliteration of it, and MNT.F. And the only thing I could come up with, the NetF, you know, well, this is my interpretation of it. You know, I might be far off, but that's what I have to go with that. And I go to the next one. This is the alphabet. You know, I know that this particular one here, this one look like an old line in it. This one here that I came up with, which was actually on another part of this was an H. This is my interpretation. And as to bear witness to this, I went to the alphabets, transliteration of it, not there. This is one here. This is one. These are different representations of the H. But four is what that particular glyph is. Really came out of. And this this was the AGB representation of it. So when I come down to the H, that was one representation of it. I'm trying to get to the one that's actually in this particular illustration. I had to go to a bunch of them. I think what I probably need to do is go back to the actual, back to my actual here. Back up to, I have to go to several of these because I got it kind of like stuff. That one. In the homework. Yeah, here it is. Now if I go back here, this is how I these are the different matters and interpretation. I got the ABC. I try to bring it down like that, but then I go to that H where it could represent that particular letter in the script. There. It's in one of these documents where it actually shows where it does represents that particular H, not these. If I could ever locate it, show you how it, here it is over here. Drag it over here. This, okay, right here. This is representation of that. See, it's kind of small right there. But I would have to go to, say, internet. Say go to Google, go to, say, different charts. I have to do this because I'm not as organized as I should. When I go here, if I can locate it right here. I know I'm all over the place. This is back. Another one, not, it's not coming up the way it should. This is another. I wanted to show you that particular letter, in the form that.
Take your time, Grand Man.
Sir, gratitude. And actually, it's one of these here too. I wanted to show you the exact one that I got it from. I think it's in here. Okay, yeah, this is it right here. Oh, yeah, right there. And it says XKH. But that's the one that's actually being shown in that particular document. So what I did was get this particular letter here. Go into here and isolate it, copy it, and pretty much bring it back to my document in here, right there, and which is the same thing I did there, just to show you how I actually got it. So that's representing that particular index. So got the R, we know that was the R. This was the R. I could go through charts to show you what, this is it. This is actually this. This one here is the T. This is the no, that's the T. And go back to the chart where I got that from, to bear witness to that being T. Well, there's so many different charts, so going back and forth to the chart that actually have that particular I don't know why that thing's not going back. It should be going back. I can show you where I got that particular. But moving forward, I'll go back to that to this. And so, I mean, we can verify later. So these are the different letters that I got out of this here particular demonstration. This is my interpretation. H, R, T, W, which they already put forth this in the transliteration. And I just say this is Peru. So that's my interpretation of that. And going to this one here. This one I had a hard time trying to get these letters, verify this SNE, SN, that. So all I can do is just try and transliterate that to send. That's my interpretation. So basically, this is what I came up with. Like, it's not as organized as I wanted it to be, but it's my interpretation of it. And putting all this isolating the definition. I really didn't get to that. But this is going to be part of my further investigation, further representation of this. Isolating the definition, place, and getting the definition. I'll be getting the definition of what was put forth in the different PDFs, in the different representations that in the dictionaries. I put it like that. This is where we'll be getting the actual. So I'm gonna just go ahead and stop sharing and go go back to and I have to say gratitude. Islam?
Islam and gratitude, brother, you know, for all that you did, you know, because that was a grand drawing in and of itself. You got that, I can see you got the measure of the lesson. And I'm gonna show you something too. Just and this is just one example, not definitively defining what it is you brought forth, but we know the definition for the word is most definitely there. But I will give you an example of what I seen in the first word you brought forth. And we're gonna go to our sister Curta Bay after I give this example here. And let's see here. Let me share my screen. Yeah, I just shared a full screen as it is. I'm not trying to deal with this particular dictionary here yet. Just coming here, right? If I were to go into looking at the letters you put here, and this is just off first glance, because sometimes you will see, you know, I see you put the here in the front, but remember that symbol, you know, that you always see there, those little reeds or whatever, they will be synonymous with either the letter I or the letter Y. So when you put them beside each other, in most cases, you can see the ear, right? Ear. So why would it turn? Okay, there we go. Yeah, ear is what I see there, right? Now you notice how they interchange it with the letter L for those who always, the letter L. So the R and the L you see is interchangeable, ear or ill, so to speak, right? But nevertheless, this is going into a mirror. It has a little crotching line, and they would say this is a determinant. We ain't worried about all that stuff there, you know, because these are not alphabets here. You know, we would call them just indicators or whatever the case. We ain't got to get into that just yet. But also, here's another measure. They would say this is a determinant. This is a determinant. Okay, it's looking this way, so you will read it from the particular direction that it's looking. You know, and they have, again, the same measure here. And this, actually, they actually interchangeably use this right here too. Not as a determinant, but this is a letter R expressed to a certain degree. So the ear, you see, and this is the one looking at the way, so you read from that direction according to them if they was dealing with that measure. This is where they say they got that from, but really there is a hieratic measure to this. So we want to convert these symbols back to the hieratic. This is the transliteration, you see? So I'm showing you how a lot of these so-called Egyptologists try to read this stuff, you know, but I'm telling you what's up under, what's hidden behind it, and showing you how they come up with the transliteration. It didn't come from the symbols. It came from the hieratic or the demotic, if that's what they were using. You see? Also, you will see the same measure down here, you know, next to the symbol that you had, you know, which is closer than anything. Remember, these symbols, they say you can read them from any direction. You know, in this particular case, we see error again. See the same symbol here. They just have two reads here, but that read still represent, whether you put YY or II, it ain't really necessary to put that, so they just put one I. So iter, that's a river. So these are 4 different measures that you can find in this particular dictionary, you know, where you can go into these different measures, you know, and give certain portions of it. Now, how you will find exactly what it is saying by continuously reading through the context of the text. And once you pull the other words out, you'll know what it's speaking about, because you could tell what fits next to what, you know. That's a whole nother level of dealing with this demonstration. I just wanted to point that out. So, man, you did a good job just by taking the words and even the style that you used, how you basically showed, you know, the extracted hieratic, and then you placed everything there on the side in the breakdown. You know, that's a good way in laying the foundation for building dictionary. So we already know you ready for that just in what you showed, Brother Evans Bay. That was a powerful expression. I just wanted to show that example. The same thing we could do with Heru if we were to go and look it up. You see what I'm saying? But the key is really going back to your charts that you were given, right? And those particular charts, once you're able to compare those words to those symbols, you can then remove, you know, the words away from the symbols, so to speak. For example, right here, if you were to come here and you look at each and every one of these right here, and we know we got a chart that compare each one of these letters to a pictorial glyph. So you take that pictorial glyph and convert it back to the letter. Take the pictorial glyph, convert it back to the letter. You know, and then you go under the pictorial glyph that might have formed a particular so-called, as they like to call it, a word, but it really didn't. It was a marker. And you see the definition and you apply whatever word you were able to convert these two into the true word in the rate in KEMET. So I just wanted to reiterate that right there. And you did a good job, Brother Marvin Edwards Bay. You got to remember, you just started doing this. So if you're doing that already, you know, this is just the beginning. Imagine what it's going to be like when you really come into an even greater mastery over this demonstration. So praise be to Allah for the measure you brought forth, Grand Man. Islam.
Islam.
All right. Okay, Grand National Secretary of State.
Pardon the sophomore. I just had a question, rising, giving praise to Allah and honor to the Prophet. And what you just showed in reference to the direction, where you were saying you take the glyph and the particular direction. Could you go over that piece again, please?
Yeah, well, what I was saying is that a lot of time when they try to say that they are reading the glyphs, I was giving the example, the Egyptologists say the way the so-called determinative look, this is the way it's transliterated from. But we ain't really paying attention to that because none of that apply to the hieratic. You see what I'm saying? But it's still the same definition that's coming out of the hieratic, meaning that outside of the symbol, that hieratic writing that they converted into an alphabet, and they start coming up with that stuff, it really don't have anything to do with the rules. I was just trying to show that it still is the same thing in the hieratic as far as the R and the I, no matter how they try to talk about what it is. And so once you see that there, and you're looking at the actual word itself, the transliterated word, you can now place the definition beside that, beside the hieratic alphabet, and strip that picture off of it. You see what I'm saying? Because every one of them pictures, we know they got a million charts out there where they got it right beside the hieratic. So you just taking those pictures and converting them back to the hieratic. And so we take that and then make a whole definition and word out of it. And we can build on it. Because now when we see one definition, now we can go into our dictionary of the Quran. You see, and say, okay, if that means that, then what word is equivalent with that in the Quran? What word is equivalent with that in what they like to call so-called Hebrew? What word is equivalent with that in so-called Coptic? You know, he Coptic. And so when we do this, we are able to build on those letters, and one can get a grand drawing from a universal perspective. You see what I'm saying? But we basically stripping off of, I guess you can say we drawing the cover off of it, you know, and exposing, you know, the real alphabet. But I was just saying these are the so-called rules they like to apply. They like to say when this picture is looking this way, you know, this meant it was to be read that way. You know what I mean? If it was faced this way, it was meant to be read that way. Then they say some come from the top, you know, and never from the bottom. But that principle don't apply to the hieratic. You know, even though they try to put that, and that's why it don't really make sense. Because if you put the hieratic next to those pictures, and you're saying the pictures can be read from many directions, then what are you talking about if you're saying the hieratic can only be read from left to right? Just like every other language is written. So if it's read that way, and then you're trying to create a chart pictorially and saying it's based off the hieratic, and then one is reading that way in the pictorial glyph from a different direction, and then you don't read it the same in the hieratic, is that the same word? You see what I'm saying? And so there's another uncovering of the shenanigans that they got going on. Islam, and we don't even be trying to see them, but you can't help but see them when you got a divine eye. Islam. So gratitude, and that again wouldn't have a bearing on any of the homework that our Moorish kin have. It wouldn't make you out of law if you didn't see it from all these different directions, you know, because we uncovering the falsehood, Islam. So I seen our brother Curtis Bay first, and then we'll get our brother Myers Bay. Islam, you can't put that hand up, Curtis Bay, and put it down.
Oh yeah, I would just take it down so I don't forget about it.
No, I'm just messing with you, sis. You know how they used to put it up and then
I know, right?
Islam.
Islam family. The Nidra Nia Curtin Bay. First, let me rise and give praises to the great God Allah. I give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I give honors to Act One. I give honors to all my government officials. I give honors to you, National Assistant Grand Chief, for this wonderful class this morning. And wow, it was a lot. But what I did, I kind of did like Brother Edwards Bay did. Let me make sure I do. I'm gonna try to share my screen because y'all know I'm still learning this. And I'm gonna go to the because I want to pull up. I want to pull up the lesson, that we had, and how do I email? Give me 1 second, family, and I'm gonna pull up this because I basically did some of what Brother Edwards Bay did, and I'm gonna pull this up, and I didn't yeah, okay. Because I went through the script and went one by one. Let me make that a little bit bigger so y'all can, so I can see it. And yeah, and so and what I did too, and I know one of the things I was going through trying to identify the alphabets, because I was looking and I looked at what they said, and I looked at some of the attachments that you had sent out, and it didn't look like what it didn't look like what they were saying, because in this first one here, just like Brother Edwards Marvin Edwards Bay said, it says it's a JR. I was trying to find the JR in there, but like he did, and since he already went over, I'm not gonna try to go back to it, but I say that was the H. I come up with that being the H, and this year going around here, I thought I said that was the R, and also you know, if I put a alphabet in there, I would say that would be Haru. But then moving on down to the second one, to this one, in the lessons that you sent out, Brother Shahid, I used that particular how you put it, I used that particular attachment to find a lot of the things to keep me from going back and forth to the different charts and stuff. I use that one. So I'm gonna close this back out and show you, because I'm gonna show you where I got this from, because I looked at that and I said that gone right there. I said that was the end, and I wanted to say that this here, I wanted to say that was a M, and this over here, I found that one on the Hieratic chart, and I'll show y'all in a minute. I'll pull it up too. I said that was the F, and let me close that out and go to that chart. Okay. this where I get nervous at, because it takes me a minute to go there, but I have to do what I have to do. And that's the, well, I'm over here. I said that that was the capital, that was a capital D in that particular script. And I'm still trying to learn how to, I don't know how to split the screen and have both of them, because I would like to have that the script up while I talk, but I don't know how to do this, so I have to keep going back and forth. So, but I said that little, I said it was a little squirrely thing. I said that was the capital D, and that come from that Hieratic chart. All right, I'm gonna go back to where I was and pull the script up. And okay, there we go. I'll pull my script because that's what I was going off of. And I went down to the next one. And like I just showed you, family. I thought I said that was the, I thought that was the capital D. And and then another place I saw it was the F. I thought that might have been an F, but anyway, I say that was the M, and also on that the chart that you sent out. Let me go back. Let's see. Wait a minute. I get it was so many charts that I looked at, and trying to maneuver between those. I used, yeah, this one here. Okay, the Robertson chart. Now I a lot of the alphabets and to keep me from going back and forth, I use this one, and the I'm gonna try to talk through it, because yeah, this one, yeah, and that's where I saw that was that also looked like that the F, but that was in the Middle Kingdom, and then in the Old Kingdom also, the little I call it a little, like a little snake with something on top of his head, that was in the Old Kingdom and the Middle Kingdom. And that's what I thought. I thought that was I took that for as being an F. And also that the H in my script. Let me go back to that. No, I need this script. Okay, that one. And like I said, family, I was going back and forth with the different scripts, and so yeah. I got that from the, I also got that from the one of the charts that you had sent out. And then this, I said that was the R. And the reason I say that was the R also, because I remember Brother Shaheed, when we did the other script week before last, when we had that other script with all the writing, with all the, I forgot what we called it, but it had all the different alphabets in it, and we had to go through and identify the different alphabets in that one. That same little mark there, we say that was an R in that particular script. So I said that it looked like the same thing in this script here. And I said that was the R also. And because we said that's what it was in the other script. And moving on down, for this one, I said that they said that SN and then the SNW, that one was a hard one for me too, because I couldn't find anything. So these two marks in that in the dictionary that you the Robertson PDF in there. Let me go to there. But anyway, this right here, I said that was a 2, and I'll show y'all while I said that was a 2 in that particular lesson that you sent out. And I said I said that this was that up under there. I said that was a, I don't know if I knew. I don't think I got that one. But this right here, I said that was a W, but I put a question mark by that one. And then right in here, family, right in there, I said that was either a T, B, and that come from my lesson 1. That's why I say that when you pull that chart up in our lesson 1 on page 3, I say that looked like that TB. So I'm gonna go back and show you why I say these two things here. I said that could be a number in that chart, because I didn't see anything else in there. What did Robinson? I didn't see anything to look like that. Other than them numbers right there. And if you go all the way to the end of this page, and I did try to read some of that, to try to get some of the reading in. I did read some of it, and it was very helpful. But if you go all the way, because it talked about when you at the end of this page, it's got the numbers, and that's why I said that I thought that them two marks right there, what I showed you, that's why I said that that could be that too, coming from the Miller Kingdom. That could be the number 2 in that particular in that script that I showed you. It'd be easy if I could have both of them side to side, but like I say, family, I ain't never learned how to do that yet. So, but that's why.
Oh, pardon, sisters. I was going to say, go back to the script again where you were.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me make sure. Okay. Because it's got 2 little dots. Okay, the script is this one. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. Right there. Them 2 little dots right there. I mean, there were 2 lines. That's why I was saying that looked like it could be the number 2. But anyway,
when you go back and you look at your transliteration here, you
go.
have what it is, you have to vet these symbols, right?
Mm-hmm.
And each letter by the alphabet you find. And remember, it's different forms of these letters based upon the script that you're looking at.
Right.
So when you look at it, you know, you will probably find W, but written in a different style based on who it is. You see what I'm saying? For example, if we were to go back and try to look for, let us go over here, for example, and try to see.
Oh, you want me to stop sharing my screen?
Yeah, you can do it for a second.
Share. Okay.
Now I'm gonna let you continue the bill, but I just want to pull this particular measure up real quick.
Oh yeah, I need all the help I can get.
So Islam, that's what we here for, Islamism. So let me go here. Let me open it up first. Here we go here. Get into this lesson. Because I got a few pages open myself. I got the actual homework page up a few times.
Okay.
Let me go over here and pull this open real quick. I actually got it already open. Because also we have to remember that in certain charts, you know, certain people may not have certain things in there. You know, again, it's the style of the writing. And also you have to consider, you know, again, like you put it up there certain times. Now I'm gonna pull this alphabetical chart up that we have here in the Hieratic. Now let me share the screen real quick.
Okay.
Here we go right here. And let's go down and look for the letter W. And it's two lines, right? Okay,
yeah,
so
just
there it is right there, W right there. Now they have what they call initial form, a medial form, and an end form in this W. Now, we can also see if you were dealing with those two slashes right there in this measure here, and this is demotic though. You see?
Yeah, I think that's what threw me off too.
Yeah, that's demotic. That's not hieratic. See?
Yeah,
so hieratic, that double symbol would be that. Just like this is demotic, but that would be that. But this actually, the initial form actually looks similar to the other form, but it's just a different style of whoever wrote it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you see the double slash there, one just a little shorter than the other. See the letter W? Right there. So this is dealing with an issue that we would say will probably go back to the style of the writer. If we go through this particular demotic text, we don't see any other measure outside, you know, that pretty much expression, those two symbols like that. You know, especially, and that's why I'm saying it could be the style of the writer. You know, they work the way they wrote it. You know, but I also want to go into another measure. Now see the way even with the demotic, it's similar to this, but it's different. You can see the difference between the two. They got two little pieces coming off there. But it's different. Now you will point out which I'm trying to see what a letter S is. Okay, so if we would go to the letter S, it's a couple of different forms of S. It's actually about 3 or 4 different styles of the S too. It's dealing with the sound shifting chart. So let us go back to, let me see which one you were just showing.
And see, that's what was throwing me off, because I would see it on the demotic part. It could have been it, but then I said, well, but we dealing with the hieratic. So that's what was, that's why I say, well, no, I can't use that one because we dealing with the hieratic. I want to stay with the hieratic and not the demotic. So that's why I say, you know, I wanted to ask questions about it, and I put
it's okay.
question mark by, and that's why I said, could it been, you know, a number? Could they have, could that have been a number? That was a question that I wanted to bring up.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good question, but no, that was the actual alphabet.
Okay,
you know, it was definitely alphabet.
Okay.
But because it's given in the actual sentence itself. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The way it's spelled out. It would have
Right.
put a number at the end actually of the full word. But see
Okay.
right here, like I'm showing you with these different S's. So what you would do, you would go through all the different S's. Remember, you got a lot of hieratic charts. That's one S right there, right?
Right.
This is another S.
Yeah.
You see, that's two different forms of S, but look at how many different forms this S have right here.
Right.
You know,
Right.
don't even pay attention to the pictorial. That's what we're converting the symbols out of, but mainly this, and all this. So if you go back to the chart, share your screen again.
Okay.
I'm gonna stop sharing mine.
Okay.
Just remember what I showed you in the S's there.
Okay.
Because we already found the W is looking like basically a style of the writing.
Right. That right there.
And
That
we
would be
did
a
see
W.
this symbol right here as a S in the chart that I just showed.
Uh-huh.
Now we got this here. You know, this actually, if you replace it, connect this line here that they have broke off,
Uh-huh.
and see that's somebody trying to conform that to this symbol too. But if you had actually placed that line back connected to it, it would be the same symbol as the other S. I mean, the other W part itself. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah.
But see what happened when one tries to look at these symbols that are pictures, and then they try to convert them into letters, that's where the problem coming in.
Yeah.
Because if you ain't careful, you'll begin to emphasize on these pictures that they done put up here, and that's how they bear the alphabet.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like I showed you, some of these things don't look at that. These things don't look nothing alike, but they were reaching. You see what I'm saying? Because you got to remember, it's easy to do that when you got 700 symbols, right?
That's right.
That are pictorial expression. Then they added like 7,000 more during the Ptolemaic period, right? Being that you can only make so many symbols before they begin to look alike, you know, when you take these alphabets, you know, it's easy to try to find something within 700, you know, symbols and try to say, well, that looks sort of like that right there, you know, if you're going to take the time to do that.
Right.
Just like this here. This don't look nothing like this here. You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
So this was their determination that this picture was this letter. This picture here was this letter. This picture with that letter. And that's where people get thrown off at. That's why I say if you get caught up in this here, you'll never understand this here.
That's right.
Because you'll be caught up in trying to transliterate this the way they told you instead of this. So what I'm showing is that these are only markers. That's all they did is created markers that basically allow you to identify these letters because they put the symbol on the letter. You know, the picture didn't exist before the letter. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So the picture was imposed upon the letter. So when you look at all these different pictures that you see, that's why I say it don't make sense. Because in one aspect, for example, you see this one facing this direction here, but they would say, all right, one should read it from this direction, right? Because it's facing that. But if it was facing the other direction, they'll say it should be read that direction. But nevertheless, the definition of this word gonna be the same because you don't read hieratic from all directions. Hieratic can only be read from one direction. So again, we expose the shenanigan of the European. So if you can only read hieratic from right to left, like all other languages is supposed to be read, I was just saying it to our sister Shepsu, then how you gonna get over here and say, all right, if we turn it, determine it looking the other way, then this is what it is. You know, you can change the words around, but that hieratic script ain't gonna change.
Right.
It still can only be read from left to right.
That's right.
That's simple when we understand it, but somebody that don't know better, you can make it sound good, you can pull it over on them. So again, we know by looking at that chart I just showed you, this first letter S was seen in that hieratic script. Yeah. Let's look at this first letter right here. Now stop sharing your screen. I got mine on it, so I'm gonna open my screen back up.
Okay.
Now watch this. Watch this when we go back to the hieratic. Remember, I showed you it's two S's. There it go, right there. It's just a different style of writing.
Right.
You can actually see the S driven out here, like it's original S, like S actually come all the way into our language. Yeah. But you see, this is that letter there. Now, I'm gonna stop sharing mine and you put yours back up there again.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we in this together.
I'm gonna love this thing.
So there you go. Same thing, but a
Yeah.
different way of expressing. You see what I'm saying? And so now you see the letter N here. So sin, right? Sin, sinu. You see?
Yeah.
And if anything, when you look at this special drawing, it don't get no plainer than that right now. You know, that's a powerful demonstration in and of itself. In fact, to be honest with you, I see sin here, right? I see going up into sin sinu.
Okay,
You know,
yeah. Sin sinu.
You know, and so that's basically how you do it. Now, when you find this particular word sin sinu, then you want to go to a dictionary. You know what I mean? And then find the definition for this word. And you do it. Oh, okay, go ahead, sister.
And yeah, and then that's what I wanted to ask you too, because when you say look it up in that dictionary, when you went over just a few minutes ago, I didn't understand how to look it up, you know, because you went to that dictionary with all the, and then it had the little meaning for them. I didn't understand how to look the word up. So, but I know you're gonna cover that because you say we was gonna get into all of that later on in the class. Yeah.
Like I was showing the brother, we use the markers to look it up. These markers here, what they call in pictorial hieroglyphs. These are your markers.
Right.
Prime example, we seen the way that that go back to that JR word up there, because we know J is interchangeable with Y and I. That's what we have to keep in mind. You got to remember your sound shift rules.
Right.
Right here, this word, for example. You see this? Now here, they have placed this here in the form of placing a read first, and they would call this an open mouth or whatever.
Right.
You know, but this is the J and the R to them, but really that's IRYR as well, depending on what dictionary you go into. That's what I was saying to the brother. Some people that transliterate, family, they choose to use the J. Some people choose to use Y in their transliteration. Some even, and they do this in Hebrew and the Arabic language as well, depending on which, you know, translator it is. Like some may translate a word I mean, for example, and they place the vowel in there as I, some may place it in there as an E. You see what I'm saying? Right. But that's the choice of the translator. So whoever was translating this, it was the dictionary they translated it off. And that's why you have to know what letters are interchangeable. So we already know universally in Hebrew, Arabic, and the Kemetic language, J is interchangeable with Y, and Y is interchangeable with I. We know that for a fact. Right. Now, let me show you here what I mean in this dictionary. Remember these symbols they have here now. You see the two symbols, the read and the so-called open mouth, right? Right. These are our markers, you see, which are really what's burying the actual word that's above it. You know, that's hieratic above. That's the real word. So we would rather place this symbol, you know, of the hieratic expression in front of that JR, right? Okay. Instead of these two pictures. You see what I'm saying? So the alphabets, place them in front of the JR, erase this symbol out your mind. We're going to use it as a marker right now. Right. But putting it in its proper context, this should be on the side, you know, parallel with JR, not them pictures. Right. Now let me open up my screen.
Let me stop sharing again. Okay.
Yeah, you can stop sharing. I'm gonna share mine. Now, I want to share my full screen on this one here and give you an example. Now, based on the dictionary, and this is just giving an example. You know, this is giving an example. I'm showing how you vet the word. So, and I got a couple of these dictionaries over. I went up here and I showed the brother the same symbol next to the mouth, right?
Yeah, I see that.
It don't matter whether this is on this side or that side when it comes to these pictures, because they saying these pictures are based on, if you see it this way here, it's meant to be read that way. If you see some determinatives, you know, that we ain't getting into that though. You know, that this here remain the same. So we see three words that come out in relation to if this was a J, because there's no J for a fact in this dictionary here.
Right.
Well, Wallace Budge is starting his words off with a letter J. You see what I'm saying? So those dermatologists that wrote this book for him, which he took credit for, because he didn't actually write it. He just took words after, you know, the people, the Coptic gave it to him. So here's one. Okay, so that's not exactly the same, but it's IR. That's not exactly the same, but it's IR. This looks closer in his dictionary. This also looks closer in his dictionary, right?
Right.
With the IR, because these are the only two ones that we can see. So you vetting it, process of elimination. You could possibly go through here and also see it again if he wrote it in another area, but we'll just go with these two here, you know, which actually deals with it, their words to conceive, right? This one says river, right? Now let's go into this particular dictionary and look for the same thing. You see the symbols here? They got so many of them in here. It's all over the place.
Yeah.
Hold up. Let me go back. But if you go through these different symbols, all you're doing is looking for the symbol the way they have it. And once you compare that symbol to the way that they put it, then you have what your word is. You just put hieratic on the side of it.
Right.
You see? It ain't that you're using the symbols as alphabet. You're using the symbol to uncover the alphabet. You got me?
Right. Yeah.
So you basically go through here. And it's,
So I would be looking
process.
I would be looking for the little reef with the little mouth to it, like what you just
right. That's
yeah.
right. That's right. And once you go through there and you find it.
I thought I saw it when you were scrolling.
Well, it was some symbol, but I'm trying to find the exact word.
Right. Okay.
Hold up. Let me move this out the way. Because I actually had one already open here. I got so many windows open up over here. Okay. They got everything jumping and bombing up in there. Give me 1 second. Now pull it up because I got about 3 or 4 dictionaries. I just want to show you the difference in their the way they put them up here in the choice that they doing. See, this is Vigus dictionary here, huh?
I was just saying, yeah, because I didn't know how to use it. I didn't know how to go, but gratitude for what you just did. Now I got a little better understanding on how to try to use it and translating their pictorials into the hieratic alphabet.
Well, one thing we got to know is these dictionaries are also not in abjad order. Right. They are actually in what we call the sound shifting variation.
Oh, okay.
It's a lot. You got to go through a lot of words. I'm trying to get to the particular section with the letters I.
Right.
You see, they say 2,568 pages. So yeah. This is a very extensive dictionary right here.
It is. When I saw that, I was like, oh my goodness. I never find nothing in there.
There's a lot of pages in here. And all it is, you can find it, but you just gotta look like them the letter B's, you know. Okay, you see W now here, you see S.
Right.
You see S up here, right? For example, W. And you just go through, keep going. Keep going. Okay, we here dealing with the I is on the manifest here to a certain degree. Okay, let me go through here a little slow. And it's basically once you find that particular symbol, if all you do is say, okay, well, this is the definition. And then you vet that definition. Okay, a little bit more through here. Go. I like the fact that it got this much in here. Yeah. It's just a lot to scroll through with this computer not moving fast like I wanted to. And that's why I was saying how I showed you some eyes in there, but those are not the prime expressions of the eye. It's somewhere that what I'm looking for is a little further in here.
Okay.
See,
Okay.
this is another session, but this
Okay.
is actually going into
I
a
am.
whole nother measure here.
Oh,
Look,
okay.
just give me a second. That's a lot of alphabets to go through. But that's why I say it would take a little time, but as we become more proficient in the practice and find a better way to pull these things straight up,
Mm-hmm.
you know, which I think is some programs out there that allow, I do know it's some that you can type them in and it'll pull it up. So we can actually pull it up like that as well. But this is even better way because this allows us to become more familiar with the language itself. Let me make sure too that I ain't already went past what I got. I'll scroll back down there in a second. Okay. This one here is definitely not in the order that the rest of them be in. I can tell you that from the beginning.
Right.
I just had it pulled up too before I opened this up. But what it shows is the same thing, but it gives another definition of these words.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Long?
Islam, Brother Marvin Edwards Bay.
Yes, sir. What was it? Would an HR be close to it?
Nah, it's not HR, it's JR.
JR, yeah.
Yeah, that's not J and H are not interchangeable with each other. It's I and Y. That's what I'm trying to get to in this dictionary here. I'm trying to find the root I and the root Y. It ain't no J in this one here, from what I can see. You know, this one is another dictionary. I don't see a J in this particular one. Okay, I think I have something close. Oh, it got the K in between it. You can see the little mouth symbol, but that's a different measure there. Look like I'm close to it though. Okay. I'm gonna move slow through this here. Let's see. You may be coming up on it. Yeah, I'm looking here. I'm gonna scroll back to the top and then work my way down. Okay, so you can see this. You can see right here, for example.
I see the little reef.
Yeah, you can see the reef and you can see the mouth in there too. And you can see the other symbols, but they got other words they putting in them.
Yeah.
Like for example, you see it here. This would be the letter R, and this would be the letter I here.
Right.
This would be the letter R. This would be the letter I here. Remember the W we was talking about? That's the symbol they trying to put there for the W. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So basically, this is, they would say it's a determinant. You're supposed to read it from this direction. So that's I, R, and then the W comes into play. You see what I'm saying? But again, let me scroll on now, because I want to find the exact word. Yeah. I don't want to find something that looked like it. See, again, though, you can see it here.
Yeah.
You know, even though they got all the rest of these things in it, you know, again, that's the determinant telling you to read it from this direction. Again, that's I, R, and W. This is the way they read it. You understand? But that's not, we want to bring the hieratic back into play. So you can see all of this, every last one of these showing you this supposed to be the determinative to them. So I'm showing you, I know how to read it the way that they try to so-called read it. But that ain't how you're supposed to be reading hieratic. So again, let me go on down and scroll. I'm pretty sure in this dictionary, here we go. There we go.
There it is.
There you go. Now,
I know.
Now, you see what I'm getting at?
Yep. You got that big mouth like.
That's right. And so either way you look at it, no matter what we are going into, right? Now they're just giving a definition here. And somebody put I am here. That is not an M nowhere up in there.
That's what I was going to ask about. Yeah, that's an M.
That's an error, you know. And it may just be given the definition of the word too, saying I'm therein.
Yeah.
I would take it like that right there. Maybe I'm therein, right?
Okay.
But that definitely ain't no M. We know that's an R,
Right.
according to them. So
Yeah.
we know there's a hieratic symbol that goes under that. So we want to convert this symbol back to the hieratic, and we want to convert this symbol back to the hieratic, or what we call the rate in KEMET. You see?
Mm-hmm.
And then we put that word in that's above the symbols that we have on the other PDF next to the definition. But the thing is finding which one of the definitions is actually dealing with, because here it says it means as to, if, when, as, for, as regards. So this is basically a transition measure that's used in the sentence to get the sentence from one particular position into another. You know, like we said, when we went to such and such, if we go, in regards, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they call it a non-enclitic particle. You see? They put the word preposition here. So they're using a lot of, the rules against, right?
Right.
We see here again, are, to, at, concerning, more. So we can really say, this particular demonstration may just be, an expression of a preposition or a particle in the word. And the way we will find that out is by translating the whole sentence. You see, and we would know what we would be putting in that sentence.
Okay.
So we would start by saying, okay, since I have that there now, I can translate and put the word when there. You see, and then go to the next one up under that, transliterate it the same way, take it back to the hieratic though, and then put the next word behind it there. And if it makes sense when it comes out, then you know that it's translated right. But if it sounds crazy, then you just go back to the dictionary and look for the definitions, and you should find the word that will properly fit in that particular sentence. You see what I'm saying? And that's how you translate into transliteration. And see, there are many more words here that has the IR there, but they are not isolated, like those that we just went into. We were looking for the isolated form. You see what I'm saying? So that's basically what it boiled down to, finding the isolated form, of the word, and then going back to the hieratic, and then you have exactly what you're looking for, like this. This looks similar to, and if you look at the context, it's very similar to what we were dealing with a few minutes ago. This is an adverb.
Right.
It just has two slashes right here in this little symbol here, but it's still the same thing beside the read. Notice that these are dealing with actually, measures that bring sentences together, basically. So we can see pretty much these IR words here with the two, basically has to do with what draws a sentence together, what allows you to bring a sentence out, so to speak.
They got adverb to at the end.
Yeah, adverbs, particles, and that's basically what that is. And then if we go over into certain other, that's why I say we want to take all of the dictionaries that we can find and compare these things. And that's going to help us come more to a consensus from these particular drawings where we at. Not that one is dependent upon these measures, because most of them draw it off each other.
Right.
A lot of these later dictionaries still draw from the other, but they have a definition. But when you put all these things together, it gives you a consensus. Okay, yeah, we good to go forth with this word. And then we come forth with our Moorish definition and give it the way we would give it.
Right.
You understand where I'm coming from?
Oh, yeah.
So that takes away from one saying, oh, well, that's dealing with, the European. No, this is the Moorish interpretation of this.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
We know we got to use the English, so we ain't gonna get into the ignorant argument and say, well, you're using the European English to, come on now. That's a bunch of semantics now. We ain't finna even play with nobody like that. Islam Grand National Secretary of State.
Islam, pardon yourself. I just have a question. When you had praise Allah, you went through that exercise, because I was just like Dr. Dendra, in reference to, okay, now how am I using this but I do have a question because I noticed on the I and the R, at the end of these IRs, it had the codes, the M17 and D21. Now, is that the gardenias? Whereas if you could, okay.
Yeah. Why? Because I'm gonna be honest with you. One thing I do know, they all accept gardenia's list. And the reason why a lot of them accept his list, there may be new ones, but universally his list is accepted because it's the most extensive and the most, and they like, man, ain't nobody finna go back through that with the symbols. So he was pretty accurate on this. So and that's what I was going through when I was sharing my screen before, because I actually had a word in gardenia's list that also goes into these different definitions, you know, but you know, the Moors got it at this point, but this is gardenia's list to share my screen, for example. I mean, he got a couple of books written on him, and there's also a European named James P. Allen. I think I put his stuff up here. He got a new version. Everybody looking to him now, all of a sudden, when it comes to his little Egyptology. That's neither here nor there. Let me open this up real quick and show you. This is gardenia's list, for example. This is one of his lists here. And all of them use it. And this is coming from, see it here? Look at that. This is written by the guy here. See it? In gardenia classification order. So all of these, and see, this is how he classified. So if you were to go into a Unicode thing, those M this, M that, if you type that into a digital database, or Egyptian, which they got them on here, that Unicode gonna bring up these symbols or whatever. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why I was saying it's a way you can type certain things and pull them up. And like I say, now you can see why I say these things are nothing more than markers. Because all they did is cover the alphabet up with the symbols, I mean the pictures. And once they covered it up with the pictures, when you transliterate, you know, and you bring that back to the herein KEMET, now you are placing it back in its proper context. So people will no longer be looking at pictures. You see what I'm saying? And so all of these particular measures are categories of his sign list. He had one that deal with what he called men, that's the A. Then he got the B, you know, dealing with women. So in all of these things, there's a whole slew of expressions of men here. Whole with women. Then he had the ones with the gods. Then he had the one with the parts of men, like you'll see arms and legs. You'll see the mammals. You know, this is how he put this together. And so they feel this was the most comprehensive. So here's the one with man dealing with A. And notice you see all men here, right? In the way that he put this out here, all men head he have. You see this? Right. See it say now the parts of men. You see, now you see the eye. You see everything else, you know, along with that. You see the legs right here of a man, you know, in conjunction with all of this here. You see? And so we can go on and on and on with this special drawing. But like, if you look, and I was actually down here in this area here, I think, when I was trying to find that thing with some of the words that was similar to the other words. Let me see, I might be able to find out the connection between I and R here if they have it here. But anyway, you can see the arms in here dealing with man. You can see the legs, the arms up. Now you see also other measures dealing with the parts of man. Let me go on. Okay, D, parts of men. You know, so they go on, family, until they go into other aspects or other expressions, you know, of what these things consist of. They go through all that. See, I want to show you there. Mammals. See how they begin to put the animals there? So that's all they did, is classify what they call the determinatives. They are classifying them in the forms of men, women, animals, and you know, they just go on. They even had a one that deal with gods. You know, see the birds? Right. See what I'm saying? And then they had a bird symbol leading on, you know. Keep going, birds, 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 birds. Okay, reptiles. You see the little lizard there. You know what I mean? And this is how they put the signs together. You see the snakes and serpents and so forth and so on. Insects. See, they got the beetles there. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Plants, you know, and they classify these as, you know, like plants, little lotus plants and so forth and so on. You know, so that's all Gardenia did, you know, when it comes to these special measures. And a lot of that really came from scientific classification. See, he has sky here. You know, so when you look at this here, you know, the Egyptologists say, oh, this is dealing with the dua. Anytime they see this dealing with the sky or whatever, okay, common sense tell you stars exist within the sky. So it ain't really no rocket science behind this. You know, and like I said, it goes on and on and on, you know, and he even gets to the point, like I say, where he talk about the gods, you know, and then you'll see different expressions of the Neteru. You see, that's a lot on the sky right there. Buildings. This is the buildings right here. Now, you know, we talk about the temple of perfected man and the pyramid. You know, notice they use the para word, per-ara, pharaoh. And this is supposed to be a symbol of a building, so to speak, right? And we talk about the temple of perfected man. In ancient Kemet, temple of perfected man was the living pharaoh. You see?
That's right.
So, I mean, that's basically, actually, this is actually, you know, where we go into the metaphysics. We're going to get into a lot of this stuff later, you know, but I'm just showing you here on how you can go through here and find these different words, you know, and once you find them, you know, you can give a grand definition and take it back to the Hieratic language where it's supposed to be. Right. Boats, they have boats in here, you know, furniture, you know, that's his classification again. You know, so like I said, it goes all the way to dealing with, and they even have it right here. I didn't even have to go through all of that, really. You know, they actually broke it down here. You know, human parts, mammals, birds, reptiles, plants, structures, clothing, welfare, war, you know, unclassified signs down here too. You know, some that they definitely couldn't make out. You know, but then, like, remember I said, like the sea portion, if we can find that, that was dealing with the gods. Right. Yeah, I went past it. D right there. Go back up here. Look like they skipped the C out of this one right here. See the me and the B. There you go. There you go. See, these are the gods here.
Oh, yeah.
And the determinatives they put in here. You know, said, hey, which is dealing with time, you know, 1,000,000 years, great number, you know, and there are more expressions of the Neteru than that, but that's just the amount they have in this particular dictionary, because I know it. I seen another Gardenia's list and they got way more than that. In fact, in E. Wallace Bud's demonstration of some of Gardenia's signs. So you see what I'm getting at, Morris Ken? The whole measure has to do with taking these things again and taking the symbol, stripping the symbol. It's like you tearing it, like the prophet said, we removing the cover. We took the cover off of all the secrets, and then we manifest the hieratic alphabet. You know what I mean? It's a time consuming process, but it becomes even more swifter the good, the better we get with, you know, diving into the language is what I'm trying to say. You know, it's not an overnight sensation, so to speak. Okay, so Islam. Is there anything else you want to bring forth, Sister Curtis Bay? Because I know you're still in the middle of the building. I just want to make sure I brought clarity.
Yeah. I'm just gonna cover this one right here. Yeah.
Now they'll tell you that represent mother too. Right. See, this determinative. They'll say that, oh, that's the mother. Okay, we know Mut represents mother. This is also where the Arabic word comes from.
Right.
Also, go ahead, sister.
but right here, what I got the question for, but that looked like a R to me in when we go into lesson 1. Ain't that similar to the R? I was trying to find the M, but I didn't see the M.
If you remember, that's a letter D, which is also interchangeable with the letter T.
Okay.
So whoever transliterated this chose to transliterate it as T.
Okay.
Now, let me show you what I mean by this here.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. Blow it
Okay.
up real quick. So expand it real quick.
Yeah.
If you
Okay.
can.
I don't know how
And
to
you take
make
your screen and pull it like, yo, you don't have a touch screen. Do you?
no.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure.
I stopped sharing mine and you can put yours up.
Okay, Islam, but just remember, keep that symbol in mind right there.
Okay.
I'm gonna come here for you. See, I still got it on my dial plate right now.
Right.
So it's real fresh. Okay.
Because when I looked at lesson 1, that looks similar to the R in lesson 1.
Okay.
That
I'm
little.
put it up right now. Here it is. Okay, let me share my screen for you.
Okay.
Okay, right here. We're gonna share it. Okay, now go back to your Hieratic. Now let's go try to find the letter T. Because the D ain't normally in these charts, but it is interchangeable with the letter T. So when we come down here to the letter T, and there it go right there. See? That's the symbol that you're looking at right there. And see how they show us interchangeable with T here? You see it? D and T is interchangeable. See that there?
Yeah, okay.
Right. Now, so up here, this is that symbol, but just somebody's different style in writing. So that's where that will come from in that letter mut that you see. Now, I'm gonna close that down and let you go in because you don't see it down here in this area.
Right.
You see? So we know that this is the symbol right here. Let me point it out. This portion here up top. This is one expression. That's another expression of it. Look, often for the historical what? D. So that's why they put this here to show you that these two are interchangeable, but it's really the letter T.
Oh, now, okay. Yeah, I can see it now. Now I got it.
Now let me go back and I'm gonna let you share your screen.
Okay. Because that's what was confused. I just took it as to being the
yeah, you just have to call your sound shifting rules back into play. You see it? Okay, it's the same letter. They just put that little piece on it because that was their style. And could have been an error of the pen when they wrote it. You know what I mean? Or they just wanted to be fancy to them.
Right. And then I didn't Islam, and I didn't know. I thought that looked like the K in that brief introduction in that chart what you sent out. But anyway, nevertheless, I kind of figured out some of those, and then I wanted to try to, when you were saying look at the pictorial and translate that back into the Hieratic.
Yeah. And
when I looked at the two little things that I call look like the mouth, I said that the bird stood for like the MWT. I saw that in the hieroglyphic on that page. That bird, that was the MWT, and then the little mane. I was in that dictionary, and it had abbreviation. It had B1/61 on it was on page 8. But anyway, I didn't took up enough.
Which is B1 right there on the end too. If you look at it right there, see next to what?
Okay. Yeah.
See 61 over there too.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. So that's what I come up with, translating it back into the hieroglyphs.
Well, to the Hieratic.
I mean, into the Hieratic. I'm sorry. Yeah. Right. That's what I
notice how they use this as basically they're trying to use this as a trilateral. The MW and the T is a reference of this vulture, right? Right. And they have And then we know this word means mother, mut. It means mother.
Mm-hmm.
So now, and that's in Demotic as well, but Demotic have their own way of drawing it according to their alphabet.
Right.
This determinative that they like to call it, this is supposed to be a symbol of that it deals with the mother, because that's a woman determinative.
Mm-hmm.
You see it?
Right.
You see? So all we doing is really already been transliterated, you know, and it already has had the hieratic here, but we were just getting us to put our hieratic measure on it. See, the hieratic is above it already.
Right, right.
You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
that's the way they drew it out.
Yeah.
Perhaps you may be able to draw it out a little clearer than they draw it out.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Got you.
And this is only pretty much a guide post, so to speak, of giving you an example of what it is. And so once we do that and we know what the word is, and we know it means mother, so now we can go into the other languages and see their equivalency to that. What is the word? Like I said in Arabic, umma. You know, U-M-M-A is close to the word mut though. Umma, mut. You see, you can see a connection there.
Right.
You know, and so there are also other words that would go even closer. But that's one aspect of it. Islam?
Islam. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, family. And gratitude for y'all patient with me. And that's
Oh no, we love that because it gives us the opportunity to answer questions that need to be answered.
right.
And
Right.
that's how
Yeah.
we begin to become more proficient and we learn. And so we will be vetting the work in this same circle, you know, based upon what we all produce when it's time to really go into doing our 7 particular words, you know, that we'll go into transliterating, you know, in our way, and also basically transcribing these symbols back into the hieratic. You know, we'll be coming together to vet each other, you know what I mean?
Islam.
That's how we will build everything up. You know, it's almost like pulling candy off the wrapper, as they call it, wrap off the candy, throwing the wrapper away.
Islam. Well,
like I said, we should be able to see plainly right now that those pictures are nothing more than markers.
Right.
As I keep saying. But a lot of other people, now what this is going to do now, it's going to make us more versatile than those who think that these pictures, you know, represent alphabet. Because not only will we be able to show them with their own methodology that they're using, but we will be able to correct them. No, this is this in hieratic.
Right.
You see, that's just a marker.
Yeah.
You know, we came to take the cover off the secret.
That's right.
You see, it don't get no plainer than that. And this is using Islamic definition through the Grand Quran, again, the Hebrew definition, and then coming back to our own Moorish science.
Right.
Which is the most important of them all.
Yes.
And we can find these things in there. Like we know, again, you know, the word mut is there. Right. Okay, so if mut is there, then we look at the mother of virtues. You see?
Yeah.
You know, mut is one part of it, but what is the word for virtue?
Right.
And then you come up with that as special demonstration. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so I just wanted to bring that to the manifest.
Islam, gratitude. I learned a lot.
Islamism, I learned a lot too. I'm over here learning too. Islam. Gratitude, goddess and queen. All right, and I seen our brother. One of the brothers had their hand up. Let me see. Was it
Myers Bay?
Yeah, Gary Myers Bay. Where he went?
Islam, God, man. Islam, can you hear me?
I got you.
Gratitude. All praises be to the great God Allah, honest to our holy prophet, noble Drew Ali. Shalom, family. Once again, I rise and I give praise to the almighty great God Allah. I give the highest honors to his holy prophet, our holy prophet, noble Drew Ali. His high name, Sheikh El Sharif of Drew Ali. I give high honors to the greatest forerunner ever, Marcus Mose Garvey L. I give high honors to our theocratic North American government. I give high honors to Act 1, our divine constitution bylaws, our government official staff, and citizens. And I also give high honors to you, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh, Dr. Shadu Aminti Shabazz L, for this grand class today, our ears class. and all the teachings that you give us, because it's a lot, but you know, it's what we need. And I also give high honors to the National Assistant Grand Sheik, Dr. Toria Nua Simpson Bay, for giving us the platform for this class. And I also give high honors to Love, Truth, Peace, Freedom, and Justice, our Moorish flag, Grand Emerald, Grand Seal, everything that is Moorish, all my Moorish kin that spoke before me, all my Moorish kin that'll speak after me. And like I said, everything that is Moorish, Islam, Islam, Islam. I am Divine Minister Dr. Gary Myers Bay, Apalachicola, Florida territory. And my phone kicked off. I'm trying to get it back up right now. So give me 1 second and let me get my phone back, because I got everything on my phone. And I haven't really those PowerPoints, I haven't, like, I don't know, I gotta take a class on this something, because I have trouble with those PowerPoints as far as loading up stuff, finding things, and you know, it's just, I don't know. Like I said, I'm working on it though. And I'm still trying to get back into class on my phone. Give me 1 second, family. Let's see, join. Let me get this. I just had that passcode. Let's see. All right. I'm sorry about that, family. Like I said, my phone, it went dead while I was not paying attention to it. So I just got it back up, and I'm about to get into class right now. Let me put the code 659259. 659259. That didn't work. Give me 1 second, family. Got these glasses on. 659259. 659259. Yeah, this technology. 295-659-295. 65295. All right, shit, man. All right, I'm back in on my phone right now. Can the host let me in? Can you hear me, family? I can't. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you, brother.
All right, I just need to get back in on my, okay, no problem, I got it. It's coming up right now. Gratitude, sorry about that. All right, I'm gonna share my screen on my phone, family. And let's see, screen broadcast, start broadcast. And basically I concur with my Moorish kin. And what I did is I basically did the same thing my Moorish kin did, but I didn't go through the reading. That was something that that I missed when I got the basically the email, because what I did when I got the email, I basically went through and I actually printed out all the documents. That was the first thing I did. But like I say, and the ones that, like I say, the first one that was the one that was 22 pages that you asked us to read, I didn't really print that one out, because like I say, once I printed out the first couple of documents, you know, I just kind of got started, and I basically didn't go back to the email until yesterday. And then that's when I noticed some things that I was missing out. When I can't find the first page because it got ripped out my tablet throughout everything I've been doing. I've been looking for it. But with that first letter, basically it was supposed to be a JR. I concur with my Moorish kin with the IR, but basically when I was doing it, I basically had the AR, and because I was thinking that the A and the I and the Y and the J were interchangeable, even though I didn't see the letter A, it was just kind of, you know, confusing, but I did put AR instead of JR. And I'm gonna start off with the next one. And what I did, family, like I said, I like printing it out so I can write on the paper, because it's more easier for me, because I got so many papers everywhere. And if I lose one, like the first page, you know, I basically just gotta sift through everything and try to figure out where it's at. So basically what I got is I couldn't really find that first little circle thing because, you know, and when I went to page 18, because like I said, I put notes on here for me. When I went to page 18, basically, I found that it was basically it could be a date indicator. And the reason why I say that is because I'm gonna go to the document and then basically page 18. And basically, like I said, I went through this is the only document that I used, though. I didn't go through any other documents because I was basically looking at a couple of them and it was getting confusing to me, and I didn't want to confuse myself any further than what I was. And the reason why I said it was a date indicator is because when you look at that 10, and basically I looked at the first vertical and I kind of saw that, but except it was twisted sideways. And I didn't know if we were using them or not, but like I said, I just put it down as an option because basically, you know, I was just going through trying to find the letters one by one. I don't need it. Okay. And like I say, that symbol right there, that was the one that I saw. And like I say, it's facing the same direction. And then I'm gonna go back to the document. And even though it has a face in it, you know, and I did see something about the faces where they were saying the faces were names. So like I say, but I really kind of just left that there. And they have MNTF, and what I did to some of them is, like I say, the first thing I did is I said, well, I actually wrote it out, MNTF, and I did my little symbols. And then I came over here and I said that I didn't see the N because, like I said, I was kind of confused. But now that my Moorish kin, that could be the N right there at the beginning of that date indicator that I have, you know, now that I'm listening to my Moorish kin and getting more insight. And basically, I didn't have the, what did I say over here? I basically came over here and I see the I see the T, which at first I was thinking that little date indicator was a T, because like I say, the more I did this, the more some of the notes did change. I went from left to right, writing different things. So, and like I say, I see the T with the line under it, and I wrote, I see the R, which was the symbol next to it. And then I got the W and F because I was confused on basically that last symbol, WF, but then we know that WF is interchangeable. So when we come to the symbols, like I say, I was basically at one point saying that the R or the W could be an R or a W right there, the little indicator, because like I said, I was just trying to figure out what it was. And then I came to the bottom and I got the T, and I'm pointing to the T, which is right there. That's what I got for that. And then I had a question mark pointing to the little symbol in the middle. And then basically I got another question mark pointing to the symbol at the end. But like I said, once I came to my conclusion now, at first, when I first started doing this and I did the first one, I basically was trying to transliterate it too, but I know everything I did was wrong because I was trying to use the Demotic dictionary. And like I said, I was just basically looking at the alphabets from a Hieratic perspective and then going into the Demotic dictionaries because, like I say, when I clicked into the email, basically the link that gave me all the dictionaries, I basically didn't see it. I kind of passed by it as I went to downloading printing all the documents. And like I said, I didn't notice that until yesterday. And like I say, but this is what I had started on. So once I already know that that's not correct. So, and like I say, so basically what I had for the letters is I was confused on the first one, and then I had a T, and then I had the let me see what I got. I got T. So basically I have RWF. I have RWF far as the because I didn't know the first letter. And then like I say, but I see now that that letter that I have is a T. I have a RWF on my document now. So like I said, I'm still trying to get it, and I will go back through the playback and look at what you were saying and what my Moorish kin said to like basically clear everything up. And you really don't have to pay attention to the rest of that. We're gonna go to the next one. And like I said, I tried to kind of separate them. And for here, I have a H at the top, and I have a R below it. And basically, as you can see, I got the R. It was in Hieratic form, so I really didn't want to use it. So I had a question mark about it because when I was looking, it was kind of the form that I saw it in was Hieratic. And then and I got a T next to it, and then I got a W with a question mark next to that. And like I say, for the transliteration, I had H with a blank, a T and a D, and then a blank. And the reason why is because basically, like I said, I questioned the R, and I was questioning the W because, like I say, the W and the T, I'm gonna go back to the one document again, and I'm gonna point this out because let's go back to the top. Let's go back to the top. And all right, we'll go with the D. I'm gonna start with the D first because as we see down here, basically there's the two D's, and then I'm gonna go back to the document, and right there, that's why if you see right here, I have the D here, but right here I have a W with a question mark because, like I said, I was still searching from it. And the only reason why I said it was a D is because how it kind of curves at the bottom. And that's what I was basically making my judgment off of that D. And then I'm gonna go back, and then for the T, we already know that that's a T, and the H and the R. And like I say, so I can complete that now. Like when I go back, I'll fill in the blanks on that. And like I said, that's the definition that I had coming from the Demotic Dictionary, but I know that's not correct, so we'll bypass that. And then we'll go to the next one. Now for this one, as you can see, I got that 2 there as the goddess did because I searched and I searched and I searched. And like I said, that was the only thing that I found that looked like it. Now, basically, they have SN, SW. And what I found was for this letter, I saw the HM, and it's on page 10. And basically, I think it was just backwards when I was looking at it. So we're gonna go back here, and we're gonna go to page 10, and we're gonna find the S. What was that? Was that page 10? Let me go back again. What page did I say? I said page 10, HM. Okay, so page 10. And this is it right here. And as you can see, the HM right there. And basically, like I say, it was just turned a little bit backwards, even though it doesn't. And like you say, the main thing that I kept in mind was the first line was the so-called hieroglyphs, and the second line was the cursive hieratic, and then the third line, which would be this one, this was the herein KEMET, and this one was the herein KEMET. And like I say, this one right here, it looked like it. From the best of my knowledge, it was just turned backwards. So I had HM, and then for the next one, I had a W, and the W's, we all know the W's, basically, W's are at the top. W, I had basically that one basically look like that one. I mean, more so that one is just that it's enclosed. And then from there, I had that too, but like I said, I looked and that was the only thing that I saw. But like Dr. Shaheed said, there's different ways of writing the different alphabets. And you know, so I'll be aware of that. And also I have the N below it. So I basically had HM, W, number 2, and N. And then we go to the next one. And this one kind of got me real good, and it kind of confused me because, like you say, some of the markers, they are there, but some of them are still letters. And for this one, I had the W with the basically the ion sign above it. And where did I get that from? I didn't put notes by it. So what did I put? I put page 12. So let me go to page 12. Let me see what I got, because I was looking and I think it might be one that somewhat looks like it. It's on this page. And let me go back one more time. I have page 12, N31 WAT. All right, N31 WAT. So we got the, let me find it real quick, family. N31 WNT. Okay, it's right here. It'd be this one right here. And basically, like I say, I kind of saw that somewhat. We'll go back. Kind of saw that somewhat on there, just in somewhat shape and form. Like I said, I was still confused on exactly what it was, but I did see something like that. And that's why I put the WAT. And for this side, I have the W, so it's most likely on the same page. Let me pull this back. It's the W with the sound by it. I didn't put any notations on it, so it's gonna be kind of hard to figure out exactly where did I get it from. I'm gonna look around, look for a second, see if I see it in one of these pages. Where did I put W? Let me go back to the abbreviation for the W. Okay, here it is right here. Okay. Right here, this is basically what I kind of got off that, and we'll go back to it and look at it. And I guess the reason why is because of the line coming from the middle. And like I said, I was trying my best to basically get them together, and you see the line coming from the middle, and this time it's coming from the side. So, you know, that's basically what I got for that one. And then when it comes to the ones underneath it, I have okay, let me go back because I have a HT, page 11, HT. So basically I was saying that this on the top where the arrow's pointing at, that's a HT. And let me go to page 11 to see exactly, why did I say that? HT, and I guess I was trying to compare it to what they had going on here with that and that. And let's see, let's go back and look at it again. So I see the shape, and then I see the line behind it. So like I said, that's basically why I had the HT there. And like I said, I was just looking and HT, and then when it comes to what's underneath, I basically have I have a DBC, and it's D50 117, and also also I was thinking that it could also be the number 15. And the reason why is because of the one line. And then, well, after Dr. Shaheed made the statement about their alphabets, I kind of thought about that, but I'm just going to show you why I was saying that it could have been just from what I was looking at, because of the one line. And then when you get to the 5, basically this one, but it's upside down, basically. And that's basically why I was thinking that was 15. And that's what I got for that one. So, and then, like I said, I had a definition, but that's demotic. So we're gonna go to the next one. For this one, basically, minute. And as you can see, again, I have dealing with numbers, and because like I say, when I couldn't find them amongst everything that I was looking at, it automatically took me to the numbers. And because I was thinking that it had to be something. So if I can't find a letter, then, it's got to be a number. And, I just steady searching. And for this one, I know they have minutes, but I had the MH for the first one. And it's on page 10. So we'll go back to page 10. And let's see what we got. It's for page 10. And we said MH, and there's the MH right there. And basically what I seen was, I kind of seen it upside down. And if you see that, if you look at that right there at the top, it's kind of what I seen upside down. So I kind of just said that was a MH. And then the next one, we already know that that's a T, and I had or JM. And the reason why is I'll go to page 9, and that's 10, page 9, and then we'll find the J and the M, and that's the J and the M. And that's basically, it's basically turned backwards. But like you said, it could be the T, it could be the J or the M, but that's why I put both of them. Like I say, sorry about that. Page 9. Let's go back to it. And like I said, I was thinking more so that one. And then for the bottom, I basically had spacers, because that first one, I really couldn't even find that in the spacer. But the second one, I got it on page 8, and we'll go back to it. Page 8. What was it? It was page 8, 54, 119. 54, 119. Now, basically, it would be that, and we look at it as that. That's what I have for that letter. And it's more so right there. Like I said, that's basically between those two. It's basically what I have for that one. And I didn't write the transliteration out of it. And I also put page 17 dealing with numbers. And the reason why I did that is we'll go to page 17 and look at that again. 13, 16, 17. And basically what I was looking at is I was just looking at the different way they have these and how they're in clutters. And like I said, I was just I didn't see anything that actually matched it. But like I said, it was just the way that it was in clutters, and I couldn't find any of the symbols in the alphabet. So that's why basically I wrote that. And which one did it actually look like? Blow it up, look at it. And I'll just put that out, blow it up and look at it. And then, like I say, I was just comparing it to basically all the clutters with no alphabets. And that's basically what I got out of that one. And then we'll go to the next one. The next one, I had a question mark on that one because I really couldn't I really couldn't get a form or figure out what was seen. So then we'll go to the next one. The next one I skipped because this is more so the same one from coming from the previous page. And then for this one, they have JT, and I basically kind of concurred with that because but at the same token for the end form, because I see the J and I see the T, but for the end form, I had SDM, and it'll go to page 13, and we'll go there and look at that. Page 13, 17, 13. And I had SDM, and here's the SDM. And basically, let's see. That's basically what it's just not, it was, because when I looked at it, it's not connected here. But when I looked at it here, it was more so, where's that? SDM. It's more so connected here. It's not in the same, like, how can I say it? It looks the same, but it's just kind of just apart a little bit on this one. So that's why I basically chose that for that. Like I say, that's what I got for that one. And then when I went to the next one was kind of got me. But they say it was JNPW, and when I looked into it, I basically got JN60W50, and this is how I got that. I got the J. We know the J's there. I see the N on top, and I went with the 60 off of page 18, and we'll go to it and look at it. Go to it, page 18. The numbers were only the last options after I searched everything and searched everything and searched everything. And when you look at the number, what number was that? I got 60. When you look at the number 60, as you see right there, it's like basically the same thing, but except the line. Well, it's basically what's in the middle, like I say right there, and basically right there. So that's why I put that. It's just that this one has a curve at the bottom and this one doesn't on the right hand side. So that's why I put 60 right there. And then I got, what did I get? I got a W. So the W's in between, the W's right there in there. We'll go back to that W on top page. Top page. W. And basically in between those, that, it's like right there in the middle. And then I got 50, and it's basically backwards. And we'll go back to the document and go back to the numbers. And when you look at 50, it's like right there, and it's just backwards. I saw that form right there, that little thing, and that basically backwards. So that's what I got for that one. And then we'll go to the next one. Like I said, I didn't really write them out or basically transliterate the words yet, because like I said, I was trying to get something done, and it was kind of taking me a long time just to do that. So I decided I just keep going and just do one step at a time. And then after I get all of it written down, then I'll go back and write out the words, and then I'll go back and do the definitions, and just kind of keep it going. So when we come here, basically, I got the MH at the top. I said page 10, and let's go to page 10. Page 10, page 11, page 10. I said, let me see what I say. I said MH. Okay, page 10. There's the MH. which would be those forms. And as you can see, it's coming down. It's coming down, going into the next letter. And I basically said the next letter was NTR, page 12. And like I said, because like I said, I just see that coming down and connecting into the NTR and NTR, page 12. Page 12. Page 12. NTR. Yeah. Got NTR. Let me make sure that's what I got. That's what I got, NTR. And the reason why I said it was NTR is because when I looked at this symbol, and then I see the other symbol coming down, like when I see the MH coming down, basically what they did is they looped it back around and then they brought it to the form of the NTR and then brought that straight down to end it, if that makes sense, because they just didn't take it and basically take it down and then go up and bring it back into it. They basically, like I say, made that circle on the bottom of it and then looped it around to make the circle on the top. That's how that was my interpretation on basically what they did to get that, because like I said, it looks more so like this, but except when they came with the from the other letter, they just looped it around at the bottom and then took it into where's it at? MRT. It's right here. They basically came off the other letter and looped it, made a loop at the bottom, and then came around and then brought the made the loop for this letter and then brought it down like a P, if that makes sense. And that's basically why I said that was that letter. And basically that was it for that one. So I basically had NTR, for that one. And then I'll go to the next one. Like I said, because like I say, when I go back to the one that I just did, basically, like you say, you can see they have RN, and I just, like I said, I saw more than just the R and the N. And when I go to this one, like I said, they have the P with the more so of an A. They have the PA, but when I did this one, I basically seen we'll go to page 7 first with the DH. Go to page 7 with the DH. Page 7. Page 7, and we find the D. Oh, it was a D and a H. That's what it was. It was a D and a H, because right here, you see, they just basically put the first D on the bottom and the second D over that. That's what I saw on this. If you look at that symbol right there, it's like I saw the first piece. It's like I saw the first D on the bottom, and then I saw the second D coming over the top of it, if you can see it. And then on the end of it, I had the H, and it's on page 7 also. So let's go back to this and go to the H. And the H that I had was, let's look at it, H with a line under it. So it'd be this H right here. And basically, like I said, I guess I don't know how I got an H. I guess I was trying to say that line from the top, which was coming off of the so-called D, would have been H. I'm trying to look at it now, but like I said, that's basically what I came up with. And where did I get the JM from? JM page 9. Let me look at that. Because like I said, I was just taking notes and trying to get it. Let me look at the JM. JM. Okay, so I was basically saying that could have been a J and an M, or or a D or a H, because they all look alike. Well, in somewhat, you see, it's just turned a different direction. This one is just turned a different direction from the D that was presented right here. So, and then the D has a curve at the bottom. And let me see, this has a little curve at the bottom. So that's why I say it was kind of got me on that one. So I'm gonna go to the next one. And the next one, I just had a question mark with an SA and had a question mark. And the reason why is because, like I say, I really don't have a page number for it, but I got SA. So let me see if I can find an SA real quick and kind of see why did I put SA there. 1 second, family. Let's see. That's why I put page numbers down, because it kind of keep me from having to really look around at what's going on. So let me look at that symbol again. Okay. Oh, where did I see that at? I saw that symbol. All right, family, I'm gonna skip over that one, and I'm just gonna come back to that one. And I think I got one more. Yeah, I got one more, and this the furthest I got. Basically for this one, they say it's JW, but I found JJW, and it's on page 9. Go back to page 9. Go back to page 9. And when I got here, and I seen the double J, which is here, and let me look at that again. This symbol right here, it's right there, and basically I compared it with this symbol right here. I got JJ, but actually I should have put JM. I think that's what I meant to put, JM instead of JJ. So, and then the W. So I had JM W. I put JJ, but in actuality, from looking at it, because there's the double J, and that would be one, I guess, because it had the little, let me look at it again. Yeah, I guess because it had the open mouth on it. That's why I put the JJ, but it doesn't have the line in the inside. But okay, that's why I did it, because it didn't have the line. This picture right here, it doesn't have the line on the bottom of it. It's more so like a half of an F. And when I went to the JJ, I seen the half of the F, but I just seen the line pushed out more. So that's why I put the JJ. And like I say, and it wouldn't be this one because it doesn't have the line coming through the middle. So that's why I didn't put that. And that's basically all I have, family. And then I got the W for that. And we know that you go to the W one time so family can see basically why I put the W. And the W, put the W more so one of those, as you can see right there. It's more so somewhat in the same shape, form, and fashion. And that's basically all I got done, family, and I will continue to work on it. And I'm gonna go back through that email, Dr. Shahid, and I'm gonna read the first document that you put out for us to read, because I really wasn't reading a whole lot because I was just trying to get it done, because like I said, it's an extensive homework project, but I am gonna go back and do the reading though. And gratitude for letting me speak, and peace and love to all my Moors can hear that everywhere. Islam, Islam, Islam. We can't hear you, God, man.
Islamism, brother. Give me a chance to get in there. I'm coming. Okay, so yeah, brother, what I want to give honors to the fact that you did the extensive measures you demonstrated. However, you know, I think you went a little bit overboard to a certain degree. And I'm speaking on the aspects of dealing with the bilaterals and trilaterals, you know, because that's a whole nother different phase of understanding the measures. And a lot of the things that you were transliterating, you know, were already transliterated actually, you know, but then you were using trilaterals and bilaterals in order to make what it was you was bringing forth. And that'll kind of throw you off if you're not careful, you know what I mean? For example, if you pull up the JR in the bilaterals or the trilaterals, actually, the JR is simply a letter I. But JR as the letter I, not letter I, but the pictorial glyph they try to say is the letter I. And basically what ended up happening is that it's different from the JR, which is the mouth symbol, as they like to call it, in the read symbol. You see what I'm saying? So it's an admixture that you're dealing with here. And then when you go into the numbers, again, we're not dealing with the transliteration in relation to dealing with numbers in that particular area, you know, so you have to be careful with that special aspect as well, you know. And another drawing is that particular PDF that I sent, and I'm gonna pull it up real quick. You know, I want to pull it up myself over here to give a drawing upon this. Let me take this down real quick, and I'll pull it up in a second for you. Give me 1 second here. All right, get this one down here. Okay, that one there, that one there. This one here, not that one. Not that one. Okay, here we go right here. These particular dictionaries that were dealing with the Hieratic and showing the different unfoldments of the alphabet, I actually got 2 of them. I'm gonna share my screen, the whole of my screen, so that our family can get it. Okay, here we go here. Okay, share. Now these measures here, if you go back to the video that I sent out, you know, I was really explaining in this is basically showing you how the only purpose for this particular measure here, which it does show different forms of letters, right? You know, and it would be better to look at the different forms of the letters and the way they wrote them, you know, and compare them to the letters that were already there in the transliteration, you know, but also to know that the European had begun to try to evolve these letters, you know, from this particular pictorial glyph, and we know nothing can be further from the truth. So for example, if we go here and we look at this particular letter J here, again, you will see this is Y in certain measures. That's the Unicode, you know, between Gardenia and Molar. Remember, like I said, Gardenia's measure is on the manifest, but here's Molar's next to it, the M17, then the 282. You know, so that's showing, you know, the difference between Gardenia and Molar, and then it actually placed the G on there, you know, with the G43 and the 200. That's all Unicode stuff in relation to dealing with these particular letters. My thing is, again, if you look at these symbols, they bring you back again to the letter Y. This Y is interchangeable with the letter J. So you would be, if you're looking for any transliteration, you would be looking for those things that deal with these particular symbols here. You see, for example, and I hope this screen changed for me real quick. I want to do this here. I'm gonna just hit new tab and then go into it this way, because I want to make sure that our family is able to get this. Okay, I got to open it again here, and I want to go back to that original tab that I had too. Okay. All righty, all righty. So here we go right here. This is the list, for example. Okay, let's go right here. Now let's blow this up again. And I want to use this because this is the first one. I know everybody familiar with this. This is the symbol here that's being represented for the J and the R. Now, if we come over here to the beginning of this particular portion that they took out on this line, this is the line. This letter here is over here. You see? The letters, rather. So that's the J and that's the R in the way they put it. Now, you see the symbols here? You know, we can say ear R, ear. You see how they spelled it out? You know, because they was reading this from right to left, you see? Even though you have ear, you see? So now when you see this IR, I'm gonna go back here. Now I was trying to show y'all this earlier and I finally found it. This was showing you that the same way we gave it in one definition in that other dictionary, here's a different dictionary and it's showing the same thing. As to, if, thereof, you know, this is all dealing with, you know, basically particles and, you know, we can go into every different prepositions and all that type of stuff. That's all that's dealing with. So we can say they, when, whatever it is, we will be able to find out when we fully transliterate it. So again, if you come here now looking for that symbol, that first symbol, when I say first symbol, I'm talking about this symbol right here. This one right here. See the line with the little portion coming up out of it? Same thing here, line with the portion coming up out of it. Now go back over here. Uh-oh, there you go, right there. You see the line with the portion coming up out of it. This is supposed to be a reed, they say. So this is what they evolved, you know, this reed from. They trying to say that this and this was the same thing. But we ain't gonna get into that. See the line here? Line here. Different styles of writing it now, but it's the same thing. Different styles. All of them look somewhat different, but you can see the similarities between these different states. They're telling you, okay, this is the old kingdom. This was from the middle kingdom. This was from dynasty 18, dynasty 19, dynasty 20. You see? So they tried to bring it as far up as possible into the dynasty there, this particular person. Now under this is the same symbol, but two of them. You see, which is really expressed in the way of Y as well. So, you know, there's really not too much of a difference between these two per se. Only difference is two expressions of the same measure. But the J has always been interchangeable with the Y and the I. You know, and not the A, because this is the A up here, you see? So when you look at it, you're seeing the same symbols wrote throughout the different time from the old kingdom, middle kingdom, dynasty, you know, and then 18, dynasty 19, dynasty 20. You see? Again, same symbols, but it's just a doubling of them. They have their code here. The unit code for this is 283, unit code here is 282. So if you type this in, most likely you're gonna see this come up, you know, with this if they had a hieratic in it. So the duty is really transliterating, not transliterating, but transliteration is already there because it's J and R are really I and R or Y and R. You know, I would say I and R. And again, that I and R coming back over here again brings you back to dealing with the different definitions of, I would say, going into the aspects of there to, eerie, or whatever the case may be, you know what I mean? We would go through and vet these particular things. And once we vet them and see the matching, then we know, okay, this is what we have. And so I think you put a little bit more work on yourself, which is a good thing because it calls you to dig deeper and look deeper. But only thing we really needed to be concerned with this for is to show you the different variations. And that's why I sent the other charts out that we had as well. You know, the charts such as this one here. Let me show you. This chart here, along with these charts. You know, so we can use this too, because this is one of the main ones we've been using. We can go here and see the different forms that these letters are in. See, you can see the letter R here, beside the letter J, for example, that they got. See this here, this letter here? That's the letter R. See the curvature down on it? Now let me go back over here. See the letter R coming down, curvature down on it slightly? It's real close to it. So that's why it's J and R, which is really I-R-Y-R. You see? There it is right there again. They're giving it to you, the 282 that I just mentioned earlier. You see here in Gardenia sign list, watch this, M17D21, right? Now, when you go back to this Unicode demonstration, when I was just showing it to you, oh man, I just pulled it off of here. Let me see, can I pull this back up real quick? Okay, go back over here. And this is real close, so I won't have to dig too far and go into this to pull this back up. Okay. And whoever was dealing with this was actually moving off Gardenia's list too, by the way. Let me go back here. Give me a second. And that's even a way too. If you want to use those Unicodes to help guide you to these measures, you can do that too. Okay, hold up. Let me scroll down a little bit more. Okay. It's connecting this to the particle. You know, it's using the M17-2119 that they was actually using. See the M17-21? They connecting it to the same root basically, you know, by this demonstration. But it was another one that I just had that was there to, hold up, it's here somewhere. Let me see here. Down a little bit, go down a little bit. I want that exact one I pulled up. That one was good enough. I might have went past it actually. But that one was good enough that I just showed you to show you the connection. But I want to go back to that exact one that I had. Oh, it's up here. There it is right now. Now look. See it here? Notice the root in the M17D21, M17D21, M17D21. This is the root connected, even though they got little differences, which is Z4, you know, your Z2, ZA40, that D21, see that root with those symbols, the reef and the mile? Now come back over here. See it? M17D21. You see, so we know this J is most definitely interchangeable with the letter I. See, M17D21 ear. So we know that we on point with this. And so that's a better way of even doing it. If you want to, and I like this, this is one of the dictionaries that's here for the more that may have not used it. I like this because it gives the roots of the words. But like I showed you in the other dictionary, I showed you, you know, that there was another expression in that dictionary. So the key is really, you know, we can match them up by, you know, even in the Unicode. That's the purpose of the Unicode. The Unicode is not an alphabet because some people thought that prior to. The Unicode is just markers. And like I say, you can get into certain websites. Like if you go to a website dealing with the Egyptian language and you type these symbols in, I mean, these numbers in, then you'll get a certain measure out of them. You know what I mean? And we can actually go into formulas, you know, on another measure in regards to dealing with this Unicode. We'll get into that at another juncture, you know. So I just wanted to point that out. And I know that probably brought a lot of clarity to our Moorish kin, and maybe made some of our Moorish kin sigh and say, okay, now I see.
Islam.
So Islam, we give honors to your brother Myers Bay for that drawing. Islam, grand man.
Islam, Dr. Shaheed, before you took it down, I wanted you to pull that back up.
Oh, you want me? Okay, no problem.
That
back to the
JR.
dictionary? The dictionary?
No, the JR.
Okay, yeah, I can go back right there.
Right there, yeah. So
Uh-huh.
now that you didn't broke it down to me. So that looked like a little rope type, that long thing, right? It looked like a little rope with a line sticking out of it. See, that's what threw me off. That's why I thought that was a H, because I went into some. So that don't have no significance whatsoever.
No, that's just like a style of writing. So it's basically what this is. I'm gonna show you what it really is.
Yeah,
This
because
is
that's what threw
actually
me off.
well, this is actually a real script. We got to remember this, right?
Okay.
This what we see. It wasn't on black and white. This is actually a real script.
Okay.
And so when you copy this papyri,
Mhm.
a lot of times, you know, it'll come out like this. You see what I'm
Oh.
saying? If you copy it in black and white, like if it's colored, and you copy it in black and white, it'll look like this.
Oh, wow.
You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I
It
was
kind
way
of
off.
distort the image.
Oh,
But
okay.
really, let me show you how it looks. I'm gonna show you how it really looks. And I'm gonna go back to what we passed out already.
Yeah.
Let me remove this real quick. This is what it really looks like. You know, well, I ain't trying to download that right there. Oh, let me go back. I'm not trying.
That's what was throwing me off. I was trying to find something that looked exactly like that. It
Yeah,
had
see here.
Okay.
Oh, right here. Let me get to it. Got a little ways to go, but it's in here. Come on, come on. Okay, you see where I got the literary text, as they like to call them. Now, see that? And let me turn it. I should be able to turn it.
Yeah. I'm all sideways trying to see.
Oh man, this one right here ain't letting me turn it right here for some reason. I have to open it up as a PDF probably. But nevertheless, what I'm showing you is this the actual paper. You see, but when you put that in the copy machine, it come out black and white, unless you put color in there. So what they did is they colored this. I mean, they copied this here in black and white, and that's why it came out the way you seen it.
Yeah, it looked like a little rope twisted around, and that's what I was trying to match up.
Yeah, that's just something that came out in the era of the copying.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's all.
I was way
if
off.
you were to copy
No,
that and
it's
then put color on it, it'll come out a different color. That's all.
That's why I couldn't comprehend the thing. I was trying to find it. Thank you for that clarity. Oh my goodness. I'm like, wait a minute. I don't see it.
I was looking for that little rope thing. I said, what is that?
Nothing. Right.
Yeah, that's all it is though. When you put it in black and white, what it do, it compromise the integrity of the document when you put it in black and white. Like for example, I was copying something because I was trying to send out a letter to some brothers. Now on my page, you know, it showed the camel like it should be. You know, it showed the hand clasp like it should be, but that Sphinx with the pyramid behind it, for some reason, it was catching a portion of it, but it wasn't bringing it back like it was distorted. And so that's what I'm saying. It takes away from the integrity of the letter sometimes when they copy it like this in black and white, you know, instead of copying it as I showed you. That's all it is. The main thing though, when you go into it, like I just showed you the use of the Unicode, you know, and comparing that to it, and it goes right back to the same thing. So all you do once you find that out, all right, let's convert this as special demonstration back into Hieratic. You see what I'm saying? And it's already there, so you can use it, and now you can write it with clarity. Islam, where it don't look so so shady, so to speak. Islam. I hope that answered your question, Sister Curtis Bay.
It did.
Islam. And that's what I'm talking about, because those are good questions to ask though, because that will make you think that it's something other than what it is. You know, but them charts that I showed you, if you use the different variations in them, just dealing with the alphabet, not going into the bilaterals and the trilaterals and the numbers, you can't go wrong, because you know when it's time, because I got a whole different chart that has the bilaterals and the trilaterals, and they tell you that's what it is. Right. This is dealing specifically now with certain alphabets.
Right.
Just like you was mentioning earlier, sister. Let me share my screen again. You was mentioning earlier the symbol that you seen for mut.
Mm-hmm.
Now that mut was indeed a trilateral expression.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
The way they put it. You see what I'm saying?
That's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But let me
Yeah.
I
Pull
want
it.
to pull it up. And I got it right here, but I actually have another thing I want to put in here as well. Right here. Mut. You see this here now, right?
Uh-huh.
Now they also have, you said the B1. You actually brought this out in the 61, you know, and they got M933, that's the Unicode, G14, you know, XI. All of these measures will be found in the Unicode.
Right.
So let us go over here. I want to go right here. I seen it when our brother Miles Bay was moving through it. Because they actually had mut here in the trilaterals. Let me see. Where it is. You got the JR. This is what I was saying earlier too. See how this JR is different from the JR that we have?
Mm-hmm.
But this is a bilateral JR, which is a symbol of the eye here they have here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's different. You wouldn't confuse that. Okay. Almost there. I think we're almost there right now.
Oh.
Did I just go past it?
No.
Keep going. MR.
Yeah,
You gotta keep going.
yeah. And I go down here to the, there it go, right? So see here?
Yeah.
That's mut right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now look at this G14 193.
Right.
That don't
Now,
look nothing like that.
Now let me go back over here real quick. Okay. See the G14, see the 193?
Uh-huh.
Look at that. See, that's the mut. But they had this determinative here, like I said, to tell you this is mother.
Right.
You know, now when you come up here, look at this symbol. This is for the mut. Now come back over here to the same thing. See when you go up into the expression here, see this here? And that's what has been seen as what we see over here. See what I'm saying? It's just the integrity is compromised and it's a different style of writing, but this is the mut, which you see here.
What is
See
that
what I'm saying? This symbol here, this symbol here. See what I'm saying?
I don't see that though.
That's the symbol right there. This symbol is just a different style of writing, family. That's all it is. See that right there? And you gotta look. These are different writing from different times. Remember Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, you know, then you go into Dynasty 18, 19, you know what I mean? So these are different dynastic expressions. This is like the, I want to say New Kingdom, Middle Kingdom measure here, but anyway, this is the expression and it's just a different style of writing, family. That's all that is, how they chose to write it in different areas. You know, so now look at the symbol they have here. If we blow it up, we can actually see the glyph right there beside it. You see that? See the mut there? And when we go back here, see it there? I can see the relation of this between this. Because I see right here, this portion here, right? I can see this portion here. I can see it all together. Come over here, I see it right here. You see, I can see they put a little more style to it here, a little more style to it there, you know, and this look a little more broken in portion, but it's basically still the same symbol. The vulture, the woman sitting, you know, with this is special, I call it the sunrise, you know, that's here.
I don't see
You know,
that.
it's just a different way of somebody's writing, you know, and I'm just showing you where they tracing this sign back to. You see what I'm saying? So you have M093, you have G114, you have B1, which is what she referred to earlier. But when we go back here again, let's see what the signs are. G14, that's gardenia. 193, that's molar. And we're talking about the letters. This is also not what you call cursive hieratic, because there is no cursive hieratic per se. There's only cursive hieroglyphs. This is a cursive hieroglyph. Right?
Hieroglyph, that's what I meant.
You know, and if you mix this up with that, then you're gonna be burnt up from the start. This is nothing more than the expression of this, you know, in a different form. You know, this is hieroglyphs that they like to call it, the pictures. This is cursive hieroglyphs, and this is what you call hieratic. You see, this is also, you know, different expressions of the hieratic throughout the kingdoms. So again, your key tell is the Unicode, G14193. Let us go back over here again. Molar is 93. You see, they actually give it to you, the page on the book too, that I guess it goes into. Right. Then you have gardenia, G14. You see, and then it has the same symbol. We vet it, it's here. So what we do is we take the original hieratic herein KEMET, we take that, and then we put the definition on the side of it. Right. Mother. You see? And if you were to go into this Unicode right here, it's going to take you into that same demonstration. You see what I'm saying? Just like we went with the IR and all of that. You know, it's so many. This thing here got 400 and something pages in it. Yeah. So I'm showing you how to vet it. You know what I mean? You see how many you got to go through? Goodness gracious. Yeah. I'm glad we got that much. And it's good that we have the numbers here in the letters, because we can compare those things, and just like I did that. So I hope that is helpful as well. Islam? Islam, yeah. And I got to keep in mind that the different writing styles, even though it may not look exactly like what's in that, what's on that part, I have to keep in mind that the different writing styles is still the same thing. So gratitude, God, man, Islam. Right, and don't confuse it, because even though they put that picture there, and then they put the cursive hieroglyph, that really don't supposed to be in the front. Right. That's supposed to really be at the end of the demonstration, because that came later. You see what I'm saying? The symbols actually came first. So those other hieratic writings of the herein KEMET should actually be, you know, where the old kingdom and the middle kingdom is, if you put it in the proper context. But we're working with what we got, because that's the way they did it. So we can make those corrections along the way. In our books, we will put it in the proper order. You see what I'm saying? I just wanted to bring that to the manifest as well, because it needed to be brought forward. Anything that's dealing with the way they put it in the order they put it out there, we have to make those corrections and put it in the consciousness, so our people don't, well, what is putting this, say this coming from the old kingdom, middle kingdom. We done already addressed it, but we're gonna bring that lesson right back here, because we see the error there. You see what I'm saying? We already know, we see where they done used the symbol and buried the alphabet up under the symbol. Now that that's uncovered, we can use these markers again. That's why I call them markers. And by the same token, you can again make corrections to those who come as if they think they know, because they're gonna come at you with the decipherment of the symbols, but they can't read the herein KEMET. You see me go at these ones out here, and I ask them, read that. Since you's a master teacher and I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm crazy. Read that. I don't read that. So you ain't really reading the Kemetic language then. Who you trying to pull the wool over whose eyes? That's right. I see you out there. You know what I mean? And then get mad at me because I put it out there. I don't read the Mahdi. I don't read that what you trying to read. Yeah. But I can, then when they try to test me with it, tell me some, well, you read that, and then when I read it the way they want it to be read, oh, that's an easy one. No, I'm letting you know, I used to believe just like you. That's why I know how to read it like that too. That's right. You see it by what I'm demonstrating now, that I know how to read it. If I wanted to, I can read it that way. But we trying to correct the demonstration so our people can read the papyrus. There you go. Not what wrong put together. That's the only thing we're doing. Because again, you can see who knows what's hidden in some of this papyrus. You see what I'm saying? If they keep you a slave to the symbols, you know, in the pictures, and you don't know no better, they can tell you anything.
Right,
Until
right.
you go to digging in that paper and then say, wait a minute now.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So that's all it is, family. And everything we went through to get here, now it should all make sense why we had to go through that to get to where we at. Because if we'd have just jumped up here and started doing this right here without all that, you would have been lost. It'd have been more difficult to try to go from here than to start from where we came from. Islam.
Islam, Islam,
Yes,
gratitude.
sir. And this right here shut the naysayers down when they say, you don't know how to read MATHENO'S. No, I choose not to read it that way because that's not the correct way. You gonna get mad at me because I don't want to read it? Like Wallace Budge and so forth and so on. Now, certain things are useful, like when you get into the aspects of what they call determinatives, but that don't mean that's what we got to call it. That's what they chose to call it. But the Egyptians didn't call it that. They didn't even call the language hieroglyphics. You see what I'm saying? They didn't even call it that.
That's right.
You know, so that's just a whole nother measure, boys, Ken. That's a whole nother class. But Islam. All right. Is there any other more that would like to come forward? Man, this been a grand one today, boy. I told y'all, he more sharp up in here. Our brother Jeremiah Baby, he gonna be the one to translate the whole dictionary, though. You see, that brother going into the whole demonstration. Yeah, he be trying to do the whole thing at one time.
Islam.
Islam. Islam. All right. Islam, grand man. Yeah, we see you, Mo. We see you. Praise be to Allah. All right, Grand National Secretary of the State.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Pulled me out from a drowning pit. Good gracious. Islam Morishkin. First of all, I want to rise, giving all praises to our Father God Allah, giving honor to our Prophet Noble Drawing, giving honor to our ears class, to the Georgia Consulate for providing the forum, to our National Assistant Grand Chairman for opening our meeting according to law, to Act One, and also to our instructor, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh, Dr. Shedwa Menti El Mahedid Shepsuel. I tell you, between last class, much gratitude for the video. When I first opened that email and saw those 11 attachments and this and that, my mind said, what? But I'm going to share my screen, Morris Ken, and I want to give so much honor to the Moors that spoke before me because it helped bring clarity for me. There was a portion, because before I could even comprehend, of course I had to look at the video, but then when I got to the email and I was reading it over and over, trying to comprehend exactly what was expected, it took me actually every attachment to put it up, you know, tabs lined up, and then going through it, you know, per the instructions. So I'm going to share my screen. And I did a PowerPoint as well, but I want to give honor to this special class because it also took me to the history aspect, because I think it was Dr. Edwards Bay that was saying, like, in going through the readings, you know, as per the instructions, I had to look words up because I'm not comprehending what you're talking about. So I had to look the stuff up to get a comprehension of what was being said. So I just went item by item, and I'm going to skip to the part, you know, because when I went to the various readings, I just for myself, not as far as the class purposes are concerned, but I put down a little narrative so that I could go back and know what that special document was speaking about or referencing to. And I'm going to, you know, so everything in the bullet points, of course, read the Egyptian hieroglyph and classical works between Pride and Prejudice. And, you know, dealing with However, the final meaning given to each hieroglyph is not attested as such in the Egyptian thought and seems to stem from the author's culture. So that was the prejudice as far as them trying to make the glyphs match the letters and shove that down the people's throat to bury the truth. But I'm going to get to the letter aspect. Now, the hieratic, lease, papyri, D'Orbigny, when I went into that, and see, I saw in when my Moorish kin was speaking, and also much gratitude, Dr. Shaheed, that clarity, because I could not identify, and the question that Diane Carter Bay brought up, or Dendra Nee Carter Bay, that letter, how you just penciled it out, because I was looking at the roll, I don't even see where this stuff is matching up. So I didn't actually vet the demonstration. Now with this, basically, because I wasn't even looking at this part. So I basically was doing a pronunciation as, but I just verbalized it. I did not actually print it out as Dr. Edwards Bay had done. And with this one SN, SNW, I had, instead of SEN, I had SINU, the SIN as opposed to the SEN. But I wanted to give honor to my Moorish kin, because now I have to go back and vet the hieratic with the vocabulary, where I just took this and tried to look through the various dictionaries. So that was a misinterpretation on my part, but praise the Lord, this class cleared it up. So again, and this one here, now I didn't even see this as much, M-U-T. I looked at it as Moet or something like that, putting E's in place of M-E-W-E-T. You know, that was me. And then, you know, a Moorish kid said, Mutt, that's mother. You know, so I'm like, okay, note to self. So, and that's basically.
Islam, Grand National Secretary of State. Since you there,
yes, sir.
Since you there,
Yes.
I want to show this too. Remember, I was showing. Let me switch up with real quick, and I want to show this in support of what you said.
Okay.
So our people can know that we didn't just get this a definition right here. Look right here. You see it here in this other dictionary, G14 XB1, right? See, they have the same symbol, but it's facing a different direction. Remember, I told you it really don't matter. You know what I mean? But you know, that's why you could see that symbol of the reed being on a different side than the so-called mouth symbol. Is still the same thing. But you see what it says? Mut.
Islam.
Mother. You see, so now we can take that, and like I said, we can build further on that. But there's another branching off from it, which is also mother. And then it still has the B1. The 14 is went away, but this is another expressive mother, another mother here, but the B1 is there. B1 is still there. So the B1 is the root that pretty much trace all the way through the majority.
Okay.
You know, it even goes into another measure here. It kind of crosses over, get back to the G14. Mut also represents weight to a certain degree. So you would place it here, mother. You would place weight. You can put mut, goddess. You know, all of these particular definitions dealing with the NWT, because they're all possibilities. And you heard me also mention even the term, you know, in relation to it. See the X in the B1, it even says mut remit, which is placenta. You see? Right here at top.
Islam. Okay.
So this is powerful. You know, this brings out a lot of science. So I just wanted to bring that to the manifest too, sis, while we was there. That
Praise
way I
Allah.
don't have to do it when you get done. Islam.
Islam. Praise Allah.
Islam. That Unicode is useful as well.
Islam.
Take us up through there, Grand.
Oh my goodness. Sweating bullets. So yeah, that's what I did in reference to not vetting the hieratic. So that's what I've got to go back and do. Find these this script or the alphabet within the charts of the ones that you went through. Now, on this one, I use page 1 of 1. Attempt to translate a portion of your choice to a definition by using the pictorial glyphs as alphabetical markers to find the definition hidden under the symbols. So I pulled this from the first dictionary. And again, my not comprehending fully what was being asked, I went and tried to pull, okay, the crown on top of the head is the shin, dealing with royalty and symmetry or balance. The hand, which symbolic of Ka, or the spirit, life power of a god. Now, see, I didn't look at that as because I didn't know. The reed, I saw that as the feather of my eye, dealing with judgment and the weighing of the heart. And the bird, as far as regeneration and rebirth, and the crescent dealing with consciousness, lunar power of the moon, and birth. And they also had this IH, which meant in the dictionary, hail and joyful. And my thoughts was dealing with praise and honor. So that's why I said the concept that I had in reference to the assignment was not on point with what was being requested. And that's why I have to go back and redo that.
Is it
yes, sir.
I don't mean to stop you there, but
no, I appreciate all blessings, seriously.
No, you done set my soul on fire with love and holy zeal even more over here. Cause see what the Grand National Secretary of the State just did, she done metaphysically brought this measure to the manifest, whether our Moorish kin know it or not. And it actually broke down into a sentence. Royalty of the outstretched hand of spirit, life, and power of a God, right? Coming forth with judgment, weighing the heart, you see? Basically for regeneration, rebirth, consciousness of the lunar power of the rebirth, you know, and then basically hailing, being joyful, giving praises, so to speak, you know, through one's thought. This is a power. I'm just looking at it, that's just my way. You just metaphysically interpreted that. Goodness gracious.
Praise the Lord.
Man.
Lord, that was a law, okay? Trying to figure this assignment out.
That's that word is remember AH? Remember I showed a picture of the statue standing there with the arm folded and having the eye of Heru in it. And we know the R is interchangeable with the letter L. So Ara becomes Allah. Is holding Ra right here, which is the symbol of man, goodness gracious. Ooh-wee. You got it, sis. Oh man.
Praise the Lord.
Stirred me up over here.
I also saw that hand as dealing with going back to our divine constitution and bylaws in reference to the hand clasp of unity. So now when well, this is what I was talking about, the symbol of the hand. Now, I saw this because I looked at that A, which I can see where the pictorial glyph came from, because it looks like this symbol here looks like that outstretched hand. So that's where I was coming from with that. And this A also, this is that alif coming out of Arabic. Like I said, I was just trying to get through the assignment, you know. And the other thing that I focused on was dealing with man, because that lesson 1, which had the mnemonic and then the hieratic beside it. This was a symbol of man, because I was going through the various dictionaries where they had man as one, then the man servant, then mankind, which we could see more than one man. And let's see, isolate the definitions you find by placing your transliteration and translated words. And so this is the lesson 1, demonic and hieratic side by side column. dealing with the man, the hieratic, there's the M, and that was the N. And I just had the A in between for that. Again, that's, you know, trying to comprehend what the question was. Then I also looked at netter, God or Ra, which we have the N in the hieratic, the R that we spoke about, and the T, amen. The T dealing with the sound shifting letters. There again was that symbol right there for the T, which I basically used. And we know that in dealing with the sound shifting, the D and the T are interchangeable. It has NT and D, but that's where I was pulling the word netter from. And then transcribe the symbols of your choice back into the herein, KEMET, or Saket and Shot script by using the chart found in the Egyptian Demonic Practical Guide, which that's what I just went over. So I was trying to find the similarities between the, well, this was coming from the lesson 1 on the demonic side, dealing with man and woman. And I was trying to find, okay, well, the symbols in there. So I was just trying to find the connect in reference to the glyph itself, and the hieratic. But again, the portion that I left out was dealing with the vetting aspect to ensure that I could see the letters and pulling back from our script. So when I was doing this assignment, it was so intense, Moorish Ken. Like I stated, it shifted me to so many different directions in reference to the history aspect of it, because there was one thing dealing with 2 different locations that Petrie went to, and so I didn't know if what they were. Try to pull this up right quick. Here it is. Okay, the hieratic papyri from Cahoon and Garud. I'm like, what is Cahoon and Garud? So that took me to the historical aspect of looking at what Garud was, what Cahoon was. There was a papyri dealing with Bata and Anpu, which is part of my name. Okay, now what is that about? And that was dealing with the story of 2 brothers. Here come a sister that's married to one of them, and she is lusting on the other one. So it was a whole different historical where you could see where Cain and Abel came from, you know. So it was, I just went so many different areas trying to deal with the script itself, but I was being guided to these other things so I could have the comprehension of what the papyri was. And then when it spoke about, then in one of the papyri, where we're speaking about the Felaheen, I'm like, well, what in the world is that? And that to me was after Arabia took over Kemet, this is what they call the indigenous people. So it just me to the same thing that's being done here with the NBC. You know, the conqueror renamed the thing. And I mean, it was just so many parallels just dealing with the language and how Rome buried our history in these hieroglyphs. So I just want to give honor to you, Dr. Shahi. Like I said, I pulled out different pieces dealing with the dynasties, as you stated, and things of that nature. But I said, and I was trying to stick with the assignment, and you know, but I just want to give honor to the class today, my Moorish kin, for the work that they put forth to show me the way, and also just something as simple as tracing the letters so that I could actually connect that papyri. And here's the symbol taken from the first set of the papyri. That was immense. That was a paradigm shift for me. So I just give you much honor. That's my portion of the understanding, and much gratitude to this special class. So I'm gonna stop sharing. Peace and love.
Islam, gratitude, Grand National Secretary of the State, and please share that again, that thing about Tehuti that you just put up there And that's a powerful measure dealing with all that you brought forth and everything, because you was on point. And the Felahim, you know, that's just
Oh,
another way
this
of
one?
like, well, it's actually the one you were speaking of, and Tehuti. Yeah, I was just I was mentioning the Felahim, showing how they basically gave our people misnomer, like you said. And this is what they did with the Moors when they call them Berbers, you know, barbarian. But go
But-
back up to where you had Tehuti, and there was a symbol where you were showing the breakdown where I say you did the metaphysical drawing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna show you something here. This is very powerful what I'm
Gotta
getting ready.
find it now.
Yeah, it's a little further up, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is, I think, right there. Yeah, there you go. Well, one more. Was it? That's it. That's it.
Okay.
Right there. Okay. And I can see the relation now. Take a look at that, what you have placed there, right?
Mhm.
Now, we know a lot of these symbols, according to their root, like we showed in the, we went through the various different measure where we were dealing with Unicode. A lot of them are still similar to each other, even though they are written a little different when you get in the word. Now watch this. I'm gonna share my screen now.
Okay.
In relation to dealing with this. And remember I told you about you know, it's actually
Mhm.
an expression. And we built on this a few times. And I'm gonna start right here. Now, if you look at this symbol here, where I built this measure up is very similar to the measure that you just put out there. You see what I'm saying?
Islam.
Now, this is the name of a God, but I connected that to which means to rejoice. You see? So that's what a
Mhm.
praising aspect, all And so this is again. Let me move this up a little bit. This is again right here. This is what a lot of people like to go back to when they say Allah is a moon god. This is what they be saying, right? A lot of people like type the attack the Muslims. But you know, we see the expression of showing where Allah comes from, you know, but they are far from the truth when they say this is a moon god. You see what I'm saying? And so what is happening here is they correctly identifying the expression of Allah as they depicted it Kemetically is really talking about Allah being within the man. You see, it ain't got nothing to do with the statute being Allah. Now, when you blow it up bigger, you can see this is definitely an Asiatic, right? This ain't no European, right? Now look in his hand. Now he is he is and he is holding the symbol. See, is also here. This is why that brother that was speaking in the pyramids, when I showed y'all that video a while ago, and he showed his arm, he said, this is Allah. See right here, he was demonstrating that in one of the videos I showed y'all in the past. He was dealing with the brother Renoka Rashidi. They was walking up there. I think that might have been New York. So this is right here, right? Just like he said, in the word Ra, because the L is interchangeable with that, that's Allah. You see?
Praise the Lord.
And now when you get into that aspect, what gets deep about this is the breakdown. Because when you spell Allah Kemetically, Allah is known as the field of peace, the plains of peace. You see, it says in the religion of the ancient Egyptians, Allah, field of peace, was a field of peacefulness reserved for the souls of the redeemed. It was located in one of the 4 sections of Amenti in the underworld, similar to the Elysium fields of the Greek mythology. Here the god Heru dwelled, waiting for the time of his return to the earth when he would reestablish the ring of the gods and restore the world to its original glory. So they are referring to Allah as a place. And so this is a state of existence. This is also known as the celestial city right here. Aru, when they change the L, it's Alu, Allah, Alu, Aru. You see? So this is known as the field of reeds and the field of peace that they were talking about. So that true peace is when you go into the proximity of Allah within. You see? So Allah is a state of being, as being the supreme being. You see? And so in Sufism, this is what they said. The Sufi adepts teach that Allah and their status, sometimes the physical external body of Zahir, and that's dealing with the physical, the flesh, of the Alu'Allah, the people, is so weak that even if a mosquito were to bite them, they would be distressed and disturbed. However, their internal condition, the Bati, that which is hidden, is such that it contains the 7 heavens within itself. That's the chakras. That's the heavens that we unfold through. You see, it says, therefore, one cannot truly estimate the power and the vastness of the internal condition of the Batin of the Aulullah in terms of the level of their physical beings. They are with the rest of creation, but in terms of the level of their souls, they are constantly in the presence of Allah. So why then would their souls not be able to encompass the 7 heavens? The average intellect is not capable of truly recognizing the status, position, states, and conditions of those that are in the proximity of Allah. So you see what
Praise
the
the
Surah
Lord.
said and what this definition said. And if you go back to your definition, metaphysically, it's saying the same thing. Now, these measures were brought forth at different times. So this wasn't playing, y'all. Me and the Grand National Secretary,
Now,
you know, say, yeah, put it out like this.
praise the Lord.
And
It's a
so,
blessing.
and also, just deeper definition. Remember, we found the name Allah also in the Demotic text. Remember, we proved that it came from them. We even had the glyph here. And so we found that when you define a certain word, which deals with that eye that he's holding again here, the arm and the eye, Allah, is Waj Allah, which is dealing with what is called the face of Allah. Waj Allah, it says, this is, again, the transcendent essence of everything, or the inner reality of each reality. Wherever you turn, there is the face and reality of Allah. Holy Quran, Surah 2, Ayat 15. The chairman referred to this when he said the nearest and most dearest place you can meet it. You see? And so when you go into Waj, you also see the connection to the Kemetic word here, Wajet, which is dealing with that eye that's being held in his hand. So Waj Allah, this is going in. This is the eye of Heru, the eye of Ra, the omnipresence of God in man. See, this is more science here, family. Now that brings us to this last expression. Also to what you were showing us, even in the glyphs, Grand National Secretary of the State, yeah, or sometimes la, or ah, you will find, which if you paid attention down here in the sound shift, I actually placed it at the bottom. See, yeah, ah, yeah, ya, la, Allah, 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 and Allah. So that's the evolution. So Yah is often used even in Hebrew, you know, ah and Yah. So that's the connection between those same deities that people think are different, you know. So here's just my last portion. Notice what it says here. That's the ah here, right? That's the arm. You know, as you pointed out, the relation to the A. But then when you come down here, the R is interchangeable with the letter L. You see this one is holding again the eye of Heru, the eye of Ra, and that R is interchangeable with L, Allah, again, right? But it says here, in definition, this is coming from a PDF I gave to the Moors. It says, thus was it that the letter A became so sacredly associated with the idea of deity, who was himself called Allah, the generic supreme name of God, as worship among the eldest patriarchs. The life of Allah, or God, was the life that the true Alias always desired to cultivate and to lead. Hence Aliism, and that's the PDF I gave to the Moors, or the life of God in the soul of man, was the most ancient mode of religion. It don't get no more plainer than that. You know, boy, I tell you, and that's a powerful measure, Grand National Secretary of the State, but it was just only right to bring that forth again to give our people clarity. And you see how we doing this metaphysically. We had just went into some metaphysics on the name of Allah right there. And that's why I say it's so much deeper than the European trying to define it and say this is a letter. No, it go deeper when you get into that. You know, and we ain't even got into the mathematics of it. Islam.
Praise the Lord. Gratitude.
Gratitude, Islamism. And it ain't strange that the prophet basically took that demonstration that measure has in his hand and put it right in the heart. Goodness gracious. Yes, sir. The nearest place we can meet him is where? In the heart. Islam. Well, we give honors to you, Grand National Secretary. I told you, done stirred me up over here, all y'all Moors. Man, I love my Moorish kid. In the next measure, we gonna have some grand unfoldment. This has been a powerful class. And so what I want to do at this time, without further ado or delay, dang, I didn't even know we went by that fast. When you're doing something good, I guess time flies like that. It never was. So let us call our Grand National Secretary of State back to the floor, because she represents Act 1 as well. And man, this is a powerful measure. Go ahead, Grand National Secretary of State.
Islam. I just want to, having already risen, given praise and honor where due, I want to just give honor to this class, to you, Dr. Shaheed, for taking the time, putting these lessons forth, giving us something to unfold into, to the Book of Fire, to my Moorish kin in this class, because when the prophet speaks about part and partial, you know, and how we bring our talents and offer it to the government, we can see the vision down the road as far as our mission constantly unfolding. You know, the more we know, the more we grow. And, you know, it's just such a blessing and an honor to be here in this particular era of time and receiving these lessons, knowing that we have the responsibility, once we come into a full comprehension, to give it to not just our Moorish kin, but the rest of the nations of the earth, because all of this has been buried and you have our people looked at in such a negative light, when in essence, as the prophet told us, we are the torchbearers of civilization. And in the readings that you brought forth, just the various papyri, and I you know, just, well, even with the Fallahim, when they want to try to blame them for ripping up the papyri or what have you, you know, now Rome has to piece it together. No, just little things like that. And you could see in that demonstration, Pride and Prejudice, the various low vibrational mentalities to keep us never to rise again. So this is just, we can see the entire 360 degrees where a Moor is functioning on all points. And when you look at it from the aspect of language, you can't help but see the history. You can't help but see the various thought patterns. You can't help but see the name changes down through the times, even dealing with the various dynasties. You know, gratitude for the books, Mustafa Gondola, you know, going through that. So we don't really have time to be playing around because there's so much work to be done. You know, so when we look at from how this is a divine mission, you know, as called forth by our creator, as called forth by the prophet who left his footprints clearly cut, it's a reason why he's the Kemetian Adat master, you know, and this is the path that we're supposed to be studying. And you do much honor, Dr. Shaheed, because of being able to not only just, okay, here's Egyptology 101, but you're showing the connection between what our prophet brought to you. And we also see that in the Book of Fire as well. So, you know, again, just like there are various degrees of not, there are various ascendancies when it comes down to art. So this is just a grand demonstration. I am so joyful in the learning and remaining the student, you know, and then when you look up, you find that now you've got a class to instruct, you know, so honor is due. Much gratitude for this special demonstration, and much gratitude to all of my Moorish kin. Peace and love.
And Islamism, Grand National Secretary of State, a powerful measure And I'm telling you, man, I mean, like you said, the prophet left his footprints clearly cut. And we can see in the science, it's confirming it. You know, exactly what he said. And praise be to Allah, because we got some more that don't agree that we should even go in the kingdom. But they would go toward Western Freemasonry. That don't make no sense. Who would tell you that their information came from Kim? You know? So, I mean, I never understood the hand-me-down demonstration to that extent. You know what I mean? Goodness gracious. You know, but it's always good to have what's our own, like the chairman say, what belongs to us, what's original. And praise be to Allah, Islamism. Well, all right. Thank you, Grand National Secretary of the State. The ethers are high. But let us call forth our beloved brother, Assistant Chairman, Dr. Torre Anu Rasul Simpson Bey. Islam, Grand Man, what have you to say, brother? Okay, I think the brother.
Islam. There we go.
Okay, there you go. All right.
All I can say is, woo, it's good, it's great, if evermore to be. The grand truth. And had to pull over Morris Ken, and he's going down into Cali. But I have to say that, you know, all praise be to Allah, honor to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, and honor to everything that is Moorish, our grand national flag, emblem and seal, divine constitution of Moorish America, Islam. You know, the class was grand, you know, grand class, because as I was looking through the scripts, the alphabetic scripts that you, not that you sent, actually the one, that was just in previous ones, but as I was listening to the Morris Kim, you know, looking at the divergence that the European tried to, well, actually brought about, and as we speak about how we have Morris Ken as actually utilized, you know, actually trying to stand on their square when it comes to the European demonstration. And so this divergence has caused mental slavery, has caused a dependency on you, like to say your WB Budge or your Gardner, you know, with all that they brought forth. So you know, pointed ones in the opposite direction to their determination, and that's not what when our prophets say, you know, a beggar nation cannot attain to its highest degree of spirituality. And then when we look at the different, when we look at the heretic and the demotic, as I was looking at it and recalling back, I see that when it comes to the heretic, this is what we call, I would say, like your liturgy, or I would say a sacred script, and also dealing with our divine constitution of Moorish America, because also when I was reading the book of Mustafa Gudala, the writing modes, I'm going to it now because as the Grand National Secretary of State was speaking, it made me think about it. But it's basically saying, it was saying that the clear evidence is that what Western academics call heretic script and demotic script have no special real heretic purpose. But then as I was also reading, it talks about how going to, let me see here where it's at. It was basically talking about how when you look at the scripts being a cursive and then one being more blocked. So with the demotic, what I saw was when I looked at the comparison of the heretic and then the demotic, being that it could be, as Dr. Myers Bay brought about, how the different variations of how it's written or the comparison. And when I see that, it took me back to being that the more heretic script would be more blocked and more rounded, more so like we would say a priestly script. And so once again, I went, you know, as I'm thinking going right back to, you know, our books, you know, our Moorish Holy Quran, our Book of Fire that also talks about the Keon Greek, also our divine constitution, everything our prophet brought us, because our prophet left his footsteps clearly cut. And this is, like you say, it's easy to read. And more so, then we talk about a cursive style, which would be the demotic. And also I was reading the Mustafa Gudala, and also looking at the scripts. You know, he was saying that this is more so dealing with domestic affairs. So when I thought about that, I thought about when our prophet said, if now the pen is in our hand and we write our one free national name, because this is more so dealing with the public when it comes to the cursive style and the priestly style. One would say the heretic and the demotic. So all in all, what I got out of what was brought forth by the Moorish king, and also what looking at the scripts myself, the heretic, the demotic, and then also the hieroglyphic. Like I said, when it comes to the hieroglyphic, this is more so a reflection, or one would say contemplate, or meditation on the actual outwardly expression of the letter or the word that's brought forth by the alphabetic script. And then a demotic script I'm looking at as far as dealing with an everyday use. And then I'm looking at the heretic as more of your priestly script. So I definitely have to go back and actually dig more into, I would say dig more into as far as the comparison of the scripts. But all in all, this is what I received when I looked at the different styles dealing with the Middle Kingdom, and dealing with the Middle Kingdom. I think it also talked about a king during that time dealing with the heretic. But like I said, I started when I got to reading. I kind of went here and there, went to Book of Fire, dealing with the Keon Greek and just dealing with the whole remix or the divergence. But more so, I was really expounded on when it comes to heretic was used for your priestly script, your demotic was used for everyday use. As I was also reading, it talked about dealing with actually, even when it comes to the wood and the Phoenicians and just keeping up with, one would say, the economy. And I read that, I think when we first started, I read that months ago. And then to come back to it, I was like, okay, now I see why this is key. But all in all, grand class, gratitude, and it's much wisdom to be learned. And like I said, when it comes to the hieroglyphs, dealing with what Gardner may say or his Unicode or whatever, but when you look at, like you said, as you was brought forth, Allah in the hand, and also a previous measure that you brought about, I think it was a more either in KEMET, but he was demonstrating what it meant. And you brought it back today. And it just goes with that hand clasp of unity. And when I look and I ponder on that. So with all in all, grand class, peace and love to my Moorish kin. Hey, long live Moorish America, Islam.
Islam, yes, sir.
I might as well stay parked for a
With
minute. Islam.
gratitude for that measure. And we give honors to you, brother. Yeah, that hand clasp is powerful because in all actuality, when you place your hand over your heart, you really clasping that hand.
Islam.
That represent consciousness,
What I want to say, I'm going to cut you. That's universal. Thursday, I was in Arkansas, and there was a couple of Dravidians, our brothers from India. They hopped out the truck and they saw me preparing. They looked at me and I just raised my hand. They were like, brother. So that's universal. You're right, Mo.
Yeah,
Islam.
Most definitely. And so that's the measure, the nearest place we can meet it. And so that's the powerful drawing, representing the omnipotence of God and man, but also dealing with the concept of the writings from ancient Kemet. They stand as it exists even amongst us now, because when you look at what you call priestly writings, in our way of life, we call these holy and divine instructions, you see? And then when you deal with the writing for the common people, dealing with legality and, all of those things that have to do with them on a common level, these are social duties, you see? So we have writings that deal with the holy and divine instruction, but we have the social duties dealing with the common way in which we deal with each other, and as far as if you look at the MATHENO'S, we are learning to read the book of creation. You see, we're learning to have an exegesis or interpretation, of that which has to do with the knowledge itself. That transcends any other thing a European can write. Now, as far as dealing with these particular books, what we are showing our family what these words have come to be defined, and we have to remember, E. Wallace Budge was not the author. You know, Gardenia and Budge only did what they did is putting these things in a systematic organizational pattern, you know, and then they came up with what they came up with. But the whole key is that once we find, like through the way they put them together as far as the Unicode and all that stuff there, our goal is to bring forth the Moorish measure of that demonstration. You see, that's where, like the prophet said, his purpose, if you ever go and read what I read to the Moors about the prophet coming up with his Moorish Holy Quran, he tell you the reason why he did it. He talked about how these works become corrupt in the hands of others. And so that's why we don't say he was the writer or the author of the Moorish Holy Quran. We say he divinely prepared it. And so what we are doing now is laying a foundation, having a pen in our hand to divinely prepare, you know, these ancient Kemetian teachings, you know, with our own Kemetian dictionary, you know, not being dependent upon those things. And that's what we're trying to get beyond. Our people are constantly saying, because if we didn't do that and we let it stay as it is, and we tried to explain these things, they're gonna always accuse you of using European texts. So now that we have the history and know that they didn't even write it, you see, they only tried to put it in their own order. We can educate our people who think that they are the authors. No, they're not the authors. We can say also that's not even the proper order. We can also say, no, brother, that's not right the way you're reading that. Read it this way.
It's true.
You see?
Oh yeah. It's
So
big facts. I'm telling you.
that's the drawing, you know, of correcting the errors that are, and that's a task in and of itself. But we almost there where we finna get ready to try to not only reconstruct our own, but we also will reconstruct it around, you know, these major languages that the people are dealing with. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. What do you think about when they say when they come with the formal? They had, like, I think Mustafa Gudala, he was talking about the formal writing, and it was like sub-formal. I think, yeah, sub-formal. He talked about sub-formal, and I was like, well, maybe that's dealing with, you know, just like, say, you know, when they say print name and you put, you know, I put Simpson -Bay, you know, comma Torre, or, you know, all rights reserved. So I'm like, maybe that's what they're talking about when they say sub-normal or sub-formal, excuse me.
Well, a lot of the sub-formal
6, I
writing
believe.
come from people that wasn't experienced as the priests were.
Okay.
So, you know, that's where a lot of that Islam.
Islam. Who's that? All right, Islam and gratitude. Peace and love.
Islam and gratitude, peace and love. So yeah, and the writing modes is right on point with us. You know what I mean? The writing modes are definitely on point, and we have been able to utilize it to point out the sound shift and variation, the abjad, and all of that. You know, that was the whole purpose right there. You know what I mean? Of giving our people guidance and honors to those who have been able to unfold as a result. Because there's much more wisdom to be learned by the Moors. So that being said, Islam. And is there any other Moor who would like to come forth with a measure before we close this demonstration out? Just to the Moors that are here, because it's only a handful, the chosen. Islam. Anything, brother Myers Bay, Dr. Diane? Go ahead, brother.
Gratitude. Yeah, I just want to give you honors. Dr. Edwards, big honors. Yeah, I just want to give you honors, God, man, because I mean you got a double, triple magnanimous job, so to speak. You know what I mean? Because you're really getting the more motivated and really guiding us along the way. You know what I mean? And keeping us motivated, you know, keeping me motivated, and, you know, not allowing ourselves to get overwhelmed, because this is a lot of information to digest. I put it like that. And, but you gave, you know, I mean, you helped tremendously, and I think you put me on a better path to understanding this whole demonstration of our language and our task, what we got to do. Very powerful. And that's all I'm going to say for now. Say gratitude for all you do.
Islam, one thing we can say is we have definitely made our way to the start, you know, in regards to dealing with building this kingdom. Islam. So yeah, we give honors to you, brother, for that grand drawing and all that you do and all that you will do. You know, man, it's a powerful drawing. So yeah, we there. All right. So is there any other more that would like to come forth before we close this measure out? All right.
Also, God, man.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Oh, did somebody come?
Yes,
So
Sister
also, I'm gonna give honors to all the Moors on online, you know, because you know I can see how we're gonna get through this because we all, you know what I mean, everyone has input. You know what I mean? And it's a powerful input. Everyone coming from different directions, you know, I mean, it's just a beautiful thing. Islam.
That's right, Islamism. Every perspective that has been brought forth has aided us along the way. And see, that's why those who have stayed the course, they continue to grow as a result. But the thing is about it, if one shrink from that special measure, then how can the measure be done? It's like this here, like building the government. If we have people that move off to the wayside, so to speak, then how's a reason for one to even complain and say, well, why we ain't built this yet? How can you build it when you started taking bricks out of the pyramid? You can't successfully build a pyramid and still take the bricks out of it. And so we give honors to your brother Marvin Edwards Bay, because y'all are representing pretty much the capstone, so to speak. You know, this is special demonstration. We represent the capstone, Islam. All right, Sister Curta Bay, come on in here, God woman.
Islam. I'm just so the ethers is vibrating so high. I tell you, I'm gonna have to calm down. I mean, this class, all the classes has been good. Don't get me wrong, but I tell you, it was just something about this class. Woo wee! I got to calm down. Good gracious! I mean, this has been wonderful. I mean, I done had so much fun. Even when you sent out the lesson for us, and I saw all that. And but you know what? I didn't get into it. I say, woo, what is that brother trying to do to me? But then I say, you know what? I got the great God Allah and the prophet out front. I ain't worrying about that. I'm gonna do what I can do. And I know we all in this thing together. And I know we got each other's back. And I say, I ain't worried about all that. I'm gonna do, and we gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. And I just got a peace and I'm having fun. But I tell you, y'all, woo, this has been a powerful class today. I mean, the energy is so high. And like I say, I just got to calm down. I can't wait to get this playback. Woo, Islam. Gratitude for letting me share. Peace and love. Islam.
Islamism, goddess and queen, we will be revisiting, you know, these special documents, because all of them gonna be relevant in where we going from here, you know, and it's just a grand draw, and we still got the unfoldment in our next phase of really getting into, you know, what these so-called hieroglyphics or sacred writings really represent. But we have made it to where we need to be when it comes to being able to deal with transliteration, translation, dealing with demotic, hieratic, and all of that. You know what I mean? I mean, we got it. We just have to practice, make perfect. That's it. You know what I mean? And it's just like you have, I know when I first come up, ride my little bicycle, I had a tricycle, you know, and my mother, she was so entranced because she looked out there one minute, I had took the tricycle apart. I guess I didn't need that no more. I was young seed, I took it apart, and she swore that meant I was gonna be a mechanic like my father, you know what I mean? I didn't know what I was doing, but I did it. Took that little tricycle apart. And so that's what it is. When you don't need training wheels no more, you go beyond that measure. This is that professor degree. Everything had to do with us going within on our own, going on that God power. So now we have specialized officials in the government for when people ask those questions, you know, that will be coming in later about KEMET this, KEMET that, you will know how to give it to them. You will know how to direct them properly and giving it to them through the realms of our own Moorish science. That's the beauty of it all. You know, so I just say gratitude, Islamism without the schism. And we already know, I can just say MATHENO'S lessons is on the manifest. Praise be to Allah. You know, we all have found our purpose. That being said, we're gonna go and let our brother close it out, you know, because we know he got some journeying to do. And we just say gratitude more than we see you in Sunday school. Islamism.
Islam, gratitude, Islam. All right. A warning from the prophet. January the 15th, 1929, a warning from the prophet. To be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical and agitating speeches while at work, in the homes or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It just causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We offer love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive the reward from Allah for the unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet, Noble Drew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by order of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Islam, the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation. Chapter 25. Ye are the children of one father provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother has given you suck. Let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with our brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in our father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be to you all in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. And now that this meeting has been closed, according to Act 2, and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, we say Islam, Islam. Go in peace, more, stay strong. See you at Sunday school. Islam.
Islamism.
Great.
Grand class, family. Grand class.
Grand class, gratitude.
Islam.
That's
Our attitude.
Love, love, the love is on the benefit. We love you, Moorish King.
We
love
Yeah,
love
man, we are
you.
divine family.
Love, man.
60 million
you.
plus.
See
One
y'all
love.
in Sunday school class. Islam.
Yes,
Sure.
Come on, family.
Gratitude.
Islam.
Islam.
Get it.